Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, January the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and audio is good, video is clear. Thank you very much, Paradox. Yeah, no issues today with the trading room. There was an internal thing that happened yesterday, but that is in the past. So let's take a look at what is happening this morning. Geez, look at, Bitcoin overnight. I think it got underneath 30,000. There's the ETF for Bitcoin. Modest little rally here, but man, I do see that Mara is trying to pop a little bit here, but yeah, I mean, from 42,000 to underneath 30,000 in what, about 7 or 8 days. And that is for Bitcoin. A lot of other things happening. ADMP is big gap up. Look at that, 23 million already, 92 million in the float. My guess is this will probably trade the float today, up 74%. And this is a virus play, ADMP. Yeah, there's all sorts of talk about that. You know, I mean, it's been talked like that for a few years now with Bitcoin, crypto, etc., regulating it. But anyway, here is, I don't know what's going to happen with this one, SCYX. Getting a lot of these analysts putting these super aggressive price targets. So SCYX, I do not see any news on it other than Guggenheim initiates coverage with a $25 price target. So that is as SCYX. This is a low float also, 19 million in the float. Over that whole number, big breakout on that daily chart. NAOV, this was very active, I think, after hours. Let me just take a look here. NAOV. Yeah, well, it was active after hours, and it kept going this morning, but it has given up quite a bit of it, actually. 183 down to 149. All I could really, some kind of a deal with creditors, I believe, NAOV. I saw that IJA on the downgrade. I'm out of it. I got out of it actually yesterday towards the end. We're talking about GSAT. FLDM, Fluidigm, sorry, is a gap up, but it is, you look at this, I mean, you know, got up to 770, fading now, down to 7. It was a big gap up after hours yesterday, up all the way up to 9. This is a virus play also. BWEM, this was actually an AI alert yesterday, but this is moving down on guidance. You know, they don't release until the 4th. Their earnings do not come out until the 4th, but this is sort of a pre-release Q4 guidance, and I think I read 40 million versus 44 million, so this is being hit a bit here. BWEN. AMTX. Another one, you know, big gap up here, $5, back down to 430. Something to do with announces its carbon zero biofuels production process. Something to do with that. Now you want to have a great name as your company. Climate Change Crisis Real Impact Acquisition Core. Okay, now there's a mouthful. It's got it all in there though. Climate change. Huge gap up right now. Huge. Look at the volume, 7 million. I don't know who they're actually going after. This is a SPAC, as far as I know. Yeah, I don't know who they're actually going after. But at any rate, look at this gap up for this one, CLII. Now, as OBLN was really active this morning. OBLN, yeah, it's still pretty good, actually. I mean, there's a big rise right there. It's kind of holding. Of course, yesterday it got all the way up to 1081. Sorry, that's not yesterday. That's 2 days ago. What are we, Friday? So that's Wednesday. So this is Thursday's action. Got all the way down to 482. So, I mean, this is going to be all over the place. OBLN. Bingo. Is this still a BNGO? Take a look at Bingo, BNGO. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of volume, a lot of volume. Of course, this has been very, very active. Is that what it is, EVGO? Okay. IBM getting thumped here. IBM getting thumped on earnings. You know, there's a big gap down, $10, 7.7%. More importantly, maybe down through that 200-day moving average for IBM. I think they talked about their cloud business not being as robust or taking longer to generate the revenues they want. I think that's what it was, but anyway. Bottom line is IBM is down, and also Intel. Now, this is not an earnings play, but initially, look at this after hours action for Intel, INTC, and then it started to fade. I don't believe that that spike here. I think their analysts are dumping on this one because they're still looking to do in-house their chip production. So there is downward pressure on Intel, INTC. Now this is very low volume, unless it's really picked up since I first saw it. Sierra Wireless, so it had a lot of action after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. The volume is still very low, but this can really move. I mean, look at this breakout right here, though. I mean, you know, we're over 20, and I'm just trying to see if I can see any specific news on it. So they did have news after hours, announces planned retirement. That's not the right news. There is some news. I think, announces planned retirement. Maybe some CEO announces key person. These are headlines, guys. I'm going to have to look at the article now. Okay, Kent Thexton plans to retire. Okay, so they're getting a new president and CEO. So I guess, unfortunately for him, the market is reacting well to that. Yeah, I do see the HGEN. I do see. Was that you, Tan, who pointed that out yesterday? You know, I didn't really see much, but yeah, I mean, it's whippy. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to 25 and right back down to 21. But this is a virus play. What do I see here? Partnership expanded their partnership with the U.S. government. Well, that's the other one too. They leaked. There's an investigation with Intel, INTC. No, or was it IBM? I can't remember anymore. Was it IBM or INTC that potentially leaked their Q? It must be IBM because they released today. And let's see, PGEN. PGEN is gapping down on a financing. Yep, gotta type it in better. PGEN gapping down on a financing. And the financing is at 750, so it is a little bit above the financing price. What are they doing? Raising $15 million at 750. So it's $112 million financing for PGEN. Okay, thank you. It was Intel. Okay, thank you for INTC. And, excuse me, just looking. Okay. So let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Of course, the big one, in terms of what might interest us, might be that SCYX going forward anyway. I always love it when these analysts put these super aggressive price targets. And SCYX with a price target of 25. Where do I check what, Bolsano? Where do I check what? It's just from briefing.com. You can do it yourself. Briefing.com. They send it to me about 9:10. Excuse me, to my email. Lots of sites out there that have upgrades and downgrades. It's just easier for me because I don't have to scour for it. They just send it to me. It's free. So here are some of the upgrades. Of course, the energy sector is getting hit. Yeah, a few more to go. Market is, as we speak, definitely softer this morning. To see, of course, what happens once it opens, but even a downgrade for Disney. All right, there are some of the upgrade. I'm sorry, that was an upgrade for Disney. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Okay, I'm seeing UMC and Riot and Mara. So some of these little Bitcoin or crypto plays are starting to move. Riot is, I'm hearing Riot. My text to voice. Just a few more downgrades to go. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. EQ, let's take a look at EQ. Why EQ? There are some shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 243,000. Why EQ? Or is it EH? William, there are no, this is a reversal. There are no shorts available for me for SCYX at Interactive Brokers. So obviously Fidelity has shorts for you. And UMC on the move here. Now, wow, what a move this one is at. I mean, look at this over the last 6 months or so, 7 months, 260 to 10. I mean, this is not as spectacular as some of the, of course, increases, but pretty steady. And look at the volume coming into UMC. Where are you out of? Yeah, that's a Taiwanese flag, okay. I am somewhat amused. I know Citron is still just, whoops, not GEM, but GME, still hammering away at GME, putting this $12 price target on it. I mean, they may be right, but they're not right yet. Okay, let me take a look at that CLII, see if it's still holding up there. What a great name. I mean, come on. Climate Change Crisis Real Impact Acquisition Corp. Wow. No, I see, yes. Okay, EV Go, yes, okay. I wonder when they're going to actually do the listing, change the name and all. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, guys, I still have one eye on this one, the CRBP. See if it can get going again. This is one that was really interesting later on in the day. It actually got all the way up to 250 after hours. CRBP, of course, the interest, and look what it look where it's stalled at. 256 is the next high, looking left on that weekly chart. And what did it get to? It got up to 250 or so, and that's where it stalled. I'm going to stick an alert right about 254 for CRBP. And why would I be doing that? Well, look at that gap. Look at the potential fill here. Yeah, I don't play options at all, Mike. Not at all. So U.S. Steel is actually, I mean, after that big rise for U.S. Steel going from, excuse me, out of this kind of base here around 16, 17, all the way up to 24. So it has been sinking over the last few days, actually. So U.S. Steel, there is maybe a support area around 17. So it's at 1850 right, 1853 right now. I'd be watching U.S. Steel for X for any more weakness and maybe getting down to that level, which is about 17. All right, guys, I am now going to change my layout, get my market open layout up and running. Give me a moment here. Just a minute. Rookie mistake. Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, so as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down in this repeating, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my Windows, or my watch list, sorry, Barry's watch list right there, okay? Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced by anything that you load from the channel bar, including my watch list. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. This will start, you'll start seeing some alerts immediately here. And as always, I'll be really looking at my moving higher with unusually strong options all day long. Don't know how many alerts we're going to get today. And if you want to have that one and many of my other scans, if you if you click on subscriptions from the toolbar right here and my home page. Okay, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, including the moving higher with unusually strong options. And let's see, we got another 2.5 minutes before the market opens. How would I specify the stocks from Canadian exchanges? Just pick the Canadian exchanges, from exchanges, and right here, TSX and TSX Venture. Okay, probably an old name, but so just all you have to do is just check them. Longer than I can remember, Richie Rich. Okay, so Jim, depends. What time is it? Okay, so it depends. Who's your broker in Canada? Okay, good. So when you do your connection, when you do your external linking, tools, external linking, okay? And then when you add the link, follow the instruction. Well, let me back this up. Let me just edit this link. So if I edit the link, so when you do your linking, what you want to do is you want to pick, as a rule, you want to pick DISNAT. Okay, DISNAT and Questrade use the same, .to and .vn, I think, okay? And so it'll convert, because we, for Trade Ideas, uses .cat and .cav as their appendages. So that should convert it. All right, yes, less than a minute to this open on this short week. I vote for 4-day weeks all the time. Okay, guys, just one moment. All right, INTC. Yeah, I'm seeing that clips. I saw clips earlier. I think the reason CLPS, yeah, CLPS. Keep an eye on this one for sure. It's actually in my watch list, I believe. Oh, I forgot to mention iBio. iBio was on the move also. And we are now open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I will always miss the runners that keep going higher and higher right off the bat, but I'm just prepared to do it that way. Did it drop? No, it didn't drop. Okay. Well, Zach, just look at that name. Climate Change Crisis Real Impact Acquisition Corps. What a name. Here's a one that's moving. YPF, not a low float, 192 million in the float, but it is a nice initial volume for YPF. Well, SCYX is now actually dropping. And there's that clip. See, let's see what happens with clips. There's a big high up here, 520, drops all the way down to 450. Things get very whippy in the first 15 minutes. And just kind of watching it. So the market is it's rallying a little bit. Take a look at the SPY. We were down here, so a little bit of a rally. Dow is down, NAS is down, SPY is down. Let's see what happens. Fluidigm, FLDM. Okay, there's a little pop. Again, after hours action. I'm not sure I can truly believe that little spike up here. This is after hours, but at any rate, this is a virus play, FLDM. Interesting, not getting anything in here. All right, so again, look how whippy these things can be. So there's that CLPS, got up to 520, dropping down to 4. I mean, it was almost a dollar drop. I mean, that's a big percentage drops. Let's see if it stabilizes a little bit here. All right, AUPH, there is the first one. This is, actually saw this in the pre-market. It gapped up here, but look at this, all the way down here, 1583 right now. A lot of resistance to get through, AUPH. You know, the whole, look at that weekly chart, quite a bit of resistance, but again, we'll see what happens once it really once the market gets rolling here. There's the pre-market high of 1630 or so. All right, wow, PGEN, beautiful. I mean, look at this. So, again, another one of these that really has bounced. It didn't really even bounce. It got down to the financing price. 750 is the financing price for PGEN. And again, this is just being shrugged off like nothing so far, anyway. Well, again, guys, I don't even know what the float is for CLLI, and Clips just got halted, and it got halted on the way down. CLPS just got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, so there's the Sierra Wireless SWIR. The volume is obviously picked up. And Pola just continues. Man, oh man, what a run. Now, it's almost at yesterday's high, I guess. Yesterday's high was 1863, so it did Popped briefly above yesterday's high. All right, just checking some of the ones I have thumbnailed to see if there's anything interesting going on. Bitcoin is GBTC, the Bitcoin ETF is nice little move now. So obviously that is affecting things like Mara and Riot. Yeah. Sierra Wireless, WSWIR, on the move here. I don't know if there's any. Oh, that's right. This is a change in CEO and president, SWIR. All right, we have got a halt here. BBIG. This, wow. So this is actually. Take a look at BBIG. Of course, this was one of the crazy ones yesterday. Got all the way up to 949, but what a sell-off. Remember what this means. Got up to 942, sold all, basically cut in half almost, and it is trying to come back. NNDM, Nano Dimension, NNDM, another surge here. As we say, severe rippage here for NNDM. What a few days it's had. All right, guys, SWIR, SWIR. You know what I've done on this one. I mean, this is an AI alert, and just slightly outside of that $20 level that I like with the AI. So I can talk about it now. There was the alert at 2073. I did not get it at 2073. Here it is at 2160. Had news. Talked about it in the pre-market. So if you have the AI, I mean, look at this. What a great move for SWIR from the AI today so far. Now, if you got into this one even close to that 2073, I mean, I'd be... Now, take a look at it. It says the target was hit. Now, target was $1 above the entry. Now, again, I say to you this. That's just an artificial target. There's no real science behind it, so it doesn't mean you have to be out of the trade. I have taken some out, not because of that, but just because it had such a quick pop on that 2-minute chart. So SWIR. And it's always nice, if I see an AI alert that is in the price range that I like, but also it had news. So I knew that it's going to be, no, I don't know it's going to move higher, but what I do know that it will be active. It won't just stall. And I know it's within the first 15 minutes. But as I say, it's not a rule so much. I mean, I would say 99% of the time I do not take trades in the first 15, but I did make an exception in this case. You know, I mean, look, I got to talk about that. I mean, there's another AI alert, 2644. But you know what I love about this one? Look at the void here, guys. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but I mean, you have to when you get an AI alert or any alert really. You know, my advice is to take a look to see well how much room does it have if it wants to keep running. And so when you see a chart like this, you know, not all charts are going to be the same, but look at this chart for CLSK. Look where it could run to. I'm not saying it's going to get up to $40, of course, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Well, I've taken I chunk out. That's okay, Paradox. I've taken a chunk out. You can do what it wants now. All right, let's see here. PPSI, another one that has been super active. PPSI. There's the high looking left is 939. So, you know, in theory, this still has some room to run. Yeah, well, the short float the short float is the short float, what we call short float percent. That's the percentage of the float that is short. So they're sort of the same. The float, of course, is the actual number, and the short float percent or short interest, they would be the same. Look at Pola. I mean, it's been whippy. Look how whippy these things can be in the first 15 minutes. And it doesn't mean after 15 everything settles down, of course, but definitely. So I don't know if I've answered your question, Mustafa. So remember now, the float is just the available number of shares that can be traded. You know, so you take the number of shares outstanding, start subtracting what insiders, mutual funds, etc. own, and that gives you your float. So that is the number of shares that can be traded, typically on any day. And then the short float percent is how many of those shares are short, held short. That's basically it. Just waiting for some option plays to come in. I don't have one yet. So this, this one popped up so high yesterday because of merger news, and then it just sold right off. Basically, you know, cut in half. Not quite, but almost cut in half from the highs. I mean, here's where it closed, all the way down here. Why is it? Because traders have been piling into it. I don't know. There's the all-time high. It's up here, $82. It's been on an incredible run, EH, in the airline sector of China. Okay, market is putting a little bit of a recovery here. Some narrow candles on the SPY on the open. All right, so it is 9:46. So again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get anything right at 9:45. No filters have been met yet. Or no alerts based on the filters that I have in here. Okay, this one on the way down here, VCNX just has now just gone into negative territory. VCNX, for whatever reason, it had a nice little pop pre-market, but now it is negative. All right, well actually my alerts have really slowed down here. Here is one. Okay, let's see if this has any continuation lift in it. POLA, the reason we get the alert, it's above yesterday's high. Of course, the relative volume is high and just made a new high. Again, when you see this, doesn't mean, okay, this is just an idea, right? This is why the program is called Trade Ideas. Just one moment, please. All right, Sierra Wireless. See, I'm out of most of my position here, but it is still hanging in. Again, great AI alert early, 2073. Popped up to 2190. Again, I'm not in at 2073, and I did not get out up here. But as I always say, I'll take the middle two-thirds. I can live on the middle two-thirds of these moves. Yeah, ADMP is definitely on the way down. I actually looked at that. There are no shorts available for me, ADMP. ADMP, what was the news? It is a virus play. Ah, did it really? Okay, UWMC. How did it? UWMC. So let's just see. So, okay, so it's at popped up to 1238. Where did GHIV, that's one of Gore's, GHIV. So there was a little pop. Closed 1174 yesterday in advance of the symbol change. So UWMC, I can remember that number, 1174, UWMC. Yeah, so really not that much of a change. I mean, yes, I had a little bit of a spike, but guys, we've got 3 winners from the AI already. Now, I'm only in the one of them, the Sierra Wireless, the SWIR, but we've got 3 winners from the AI already. I'll be going over the AI in a little bit. Well, a little bit. Let's see, it's 9:50. Usually just before 10:30, I'll do my, excuse me, explanation about what you're all seeing, including going over what the AI is all about. Look at FUV. I mean, this was such a huge mover yesterday. Look at this move it had yesterday. And let me back that 15-minute chart out. From here, it was down to 1748, and it kept moving higher, 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 all the way up to 23. A little bit soft A little softer, but man, what a move that was. FUV. Of course, one of the EVs. That's just a great move. Now, if you're in the Sierra Wireless, take a look. Look left. 2246 is the next. I think so. 2246 is the next. Sorry, 2258 is the next high. Looking left. 2258. ARTL. Let's take a look at ARTL. Yeah, okay. It's over a dollar. The next high looking left is about $1.24. All right, guys. I mean, this is just a great three initial alerts from the AI. I don't typically like the early ones, but SWIR, because of the news, you always got to feel sorry for the ex-president and CEO when a stock pops so much just because he's leaving and retiring. A little blow to the ego. So I have nothing so far in the options. What I'm talking about here. There was a day last week, I think, we didn't get one until 11:30. And then I think, I think on Tuesday we had a whole bunch. I'd really like to see only about 5 or 6 a day. All right, so Ija from the our YouTube room is mentioning RNWK. If you look left, it's got that high way over here, around 223. I mean, if it can break out, it's a great break today already. So here's another one of Gore's stocks, okay? So we've got a couple of guys who are pretty prominent. I would say, of course, Chamath is way more with his IPO ABCDEF. But this guy is certainly, he's next, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the timing, yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know, if they're really, I mean, they put a $12 price target on GME, Citron. I mean, it may be, but, I wouldn't be doing it. I wouldn't be looking at that right now. They've been spectacularly wrong in the past. I seem to, I sort of get them mixed up, Street Sweepers, Citron, but I remember one of them anyway had Shopify, SHOP, and they just lambasted it. Of course, all we have to do is take a look at, this is a few years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago. It's $1,200 stock now, but they lambasted it. And again, I don't know if it's Citron or Street Sweeper. OBLN. Let me take a look at OBLN. Somebody mentioned OBLN. You just always have to be careful because with the float, 6 million in the float, just have to be careful. I mean, again, this if it takes out yesterday's high, that'd be pretty bullish, I guess. I mean, look at Pola, guys. Pola. What a run it's at. I mean, 2 weeks ago. So I mean, so we'll call this, this week will end today, but so we'll call it 3 weeks ago. 462, 1970. Easy J, family room here. Somebody mentioned BTBT earlier. Of course, another one of the crypto plays. Another, this is probably the whippiest of the cryptos. It was a late entry. Right here, they announced, hey, we're getting into crypto. Why not? So look at the run it had from 570 all the way up to $33. Well, I'm just waiting on to see. Well, look at the SPY. Nice move, guys. Nice move for the SPY here. So you notice the AI had an alert for Pola 2 days ago. Now, it got out for a 5 cent loss, but look at it now. I mean, so the alert was at what, 1405? Guys, this is a great lift off the financing. PGEN financing was at 750. It's a great lift off that financing. 850. I wish there were some shorts available for me in this one for BBIG. Just no shorts at Interactive Brokers for that one, for me anyway. Wow, Pola just continues. Just look at these two. Look at this 15-minute chart right there. There's the opening candle. There's almost the close of the second 15-minute chart candle. And it just not quite. We've got 6 seconds, 5 seconds for that one to close. All right, well, how did my alerts do so far? So Pola, 1936, not bad. 2095, Sierra Wireless. Now that was already pretty extended, 2195. It did get up to 2221. I don't think this one has really moved. NAOV, yeah, but I'd keep an eye on it. The high, let's see, what sort of room does it have? If you look left on the weekly chart, it does have some room to that 230 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, just checking it out to see where a resistance level could be. So there's really not a lot of resistance for it. Whether it keeps going up is another issue, but certainly the alert for at 1936. What's that? About $1.50. We have okay. This looks like. Okay, is this a? Can't tell if this is a SPAC or this is truly an IPO. I think this is an IPO right now. MNTK. I think this is a true IPO, guys. MNTK just opened. I don't think it's a SPAC. Yeah, so it's a watch list. I do this every day, okay? This is a watch list that I create for the night before. And so the watch list has, eyeballing it, maybe 25 to 30 symbols in it. And I'm only I'll get an alert from the watch list if the stock meets the filter requirements, okay? So that's why we see these stocks. I don't want all 30, of course, to trigger. Try to keep it to a manageable number during the day. And to follow it, just from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list right here. Remember, this is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Just a minute. All right, so I did get an alert from the options play. Now I don't love it. The reason I don't love it yet, anyway, is I'm looking left and do see a high of it about 1960. So I mean, it's not that far away. So even though it did show up, this is what So even though it did show up here, doesn't mean I'm going to hop into it. Now the alert was at 1931. I'd like to see something cleaner looking. Okay, guys, so hopefully you took advantage of the Sierra Wireless. I mean, you can't keep holding these, and that was a great run from 2073 all the way up to 2227 or so, 2224. Okay, so Clean Spark, guys, you probably know what I've done. Clean Spark, CLSK. I did not get in originally. Are you talking about shorting, Martin? No, IPOs, well, almost rarely. Now, I'm not saying every broker in the world, but I don't know of too many that will have shorts on the day of the IPO. Interactive brokers sometimes I've seen will have shorts available the next day, but certainly not the day of. I've never seen that with IB. Well, APWC, rippage here, rippage. Look at this. I think I had this on my watch list. The reason why, look at this, no action in the pre-market, zero action. Low float, guys, 2.77 million in the float. I always find it interesting when you get these moves that are I mean, this is a 31% move, but absolutely no inkling, I love that word, inkling, that this was going to happen. You know, but watch, the market opens and it just zips higher. And it's taken all this out now, AWPC. Let's see if it has any sort of a pullback. That's always nice to make it on both sides, Paradox. So those of you who went long Sierra Wireless at the very beginning, close to the beginning anyway, you should have made money. And then as Paradox said, his short worked out well. I mean, just as well actually if you'd went long. I mean, it's right back to the alert price. Actually, it's below, isn't it? Here's the alert price, 2073. So now it's below it. Wow. Now listen, guys, I may be totally wrong in this SWD. Sorry, STWD. I mean, this is where I was thinking I might stall, I might take it out, but I'd rather see a better chart. That's all. And now APWC continues its. Is there news on this one? I don't see. I don't even know what they do. What do they do? Manufacture, distribution of telecommunications. So it's a telco, I guess. So what a run, though. Asia Pacific Wireless, I guess. What a run. APWC. Look at the market. Market is having a nice lift. SPY's getting almost back. Look at the NAS, guys. Take a look at the Qs. Got a nice look at that run for the Qs. You know, IBM put probably a lot of IBM and Intel probably put a lot of downward pressure. Was there a blank screen? Seriously? Pitbull, are you in the room? Welcome. Haven't seen you for quite a while. Nice to see you. Okay, what's FPRX doing? Okay, so FPRX, what was the high? You know, guys, I mean, this has got some room. I mean, you look at the high on the daily chart, 1550. That's the next high looking left. I'd like to see it maybe base a little bit and then pop. I really don't like taking things just so close to the bull number, especially 15. You know, the 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. There's going to be psychological barriers. So it's not a beautiful looking daily chart. I mean, even if it got over 15, you'd be having to check that next high, which is around 1546. All right, we have a new SPAC. NAACU, nearly your SPAC just opened. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just look it up, SPAC. It's an acronym. Whoops. Okay, I'll get this right. Here we go. Yeah, so this is an acronym. Special Purpose Acquisition Corp. They're designed, they have money, and they're looking to merge with somebody and take that company public. So it is the absolute rage. It really, I mean, there were SPACs before 2020 for sure, but 2020 there was an explosion of them, absolute explosion, and it appears to be just continuing. Wow, look at this APWC just straight up. Boy, another one that is straight up. SY. Well, this is the star of the day, obviously. 2.7 million in the fall. It's amazing, though. No action at all in the pre-market. None. Zero. And then the market opens and it just exploded. Guys, I mean, this is so nice from the AI. You know, it had a little pull up, but there was the alert, 2028, 1918 now. This is a short, of course. Well, if you have the AI, it's, you know, PASG. I mean, it was a short at 2028. It's a dollar move now. Did have a pull up. All right, so this JNCEs, this is, yeah, it's a low float, 60 million in the float. You know, I keep an eye on a high of the day break approximately, okay? This can really move, JNCE. I mean, it's had a great couple of weeks. I mean, look at this. Last week it was the low of 7. We're up to 12 now. If you look left, 1172 was the high, and it's taken that out today. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I am back. This is hard to watch. Look at this APWC just exploding. Let's see if I don't see any news on it. And guess what? Just got halted. APWC just got halted. And let's take a look to see what it's stacking up to be. I mean, this can change, of course. Right now I see, I don't see a big pop yet. What I'm doing is I'm just looking at the bid and the ask. It's 637, 637, but that you know, that'll flip around. And if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open just before 10:20. You see right there, there's the halt at 10:14 plus 56 seconds. So typically they are 5-minute halts. So they'll just be before 10:20, 4 seconds before, if it is a 5-minute halt. Well, here's another one. I mean, another one almost straight up. Not quite the same as APWC, but pretty darn close. Again, no no reaction at all in the pre-market for this one. And low float, 27 million, not as low as the other one, as APWC, but I think that's actually on my watch list. Oh, and it just showed up 1014, or it showed up just yeah. Yeah, I mean, this has got a ton of room, obviously. I can't remember exactly what happened here. I think this was just disastrous news for this company. I mean, look at this. It was at $41, collapsed to 350 or so. Can't remember exactly what the news was, whatever drug they've got, but they're trying to come back. And again, guys, the nature of this room is I'm not going to tell anybody to take any one. These are just ideas, and if it meets your trading plan, suits, meets your, I guess I'll call it the eyeball test. It's up to you to take the trade. I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should be piling into this one. These are ideas. Well, obviously some failure, drug failure. I mean, it's a pharma, a bio, so I mean there must have been some catastrophic drug failure. And we're talking about the BVXV. Another one halted. MGI, yeah, MoneyGram. Wow. I mean, now look left. What is this stacking up to be? Not a pop that we can see yet. I see 660, so it's halted at 674. Here's another one, VBLT on the move here. A little bit of a move here, VBLT. Just a little move. These are coming into my momentum up. Okay, that's what I'm saying. All right, guys, I've talked about this. Okay, let's see, take a look at APWC, see what it did. So remember, it got halted at 634, so it has not moved from that price. Well, now it's starting to drop. I'm just like, yeah, now it's starting to drop. There it goes. BBI? Oh, that's right. I think this is on my watch list yesterday, but it didn't make it today for whatever reason. But yeah, look at BBI. I mean, it's not a super low flow, 51 million, not a lot, but 134 is the next high looking, well, it's just taking out that high. So yeah, I mean, this has got a ton of room. I mean, if it wants to keep going, I wouldn't, you can't chase it, but So look how whippy that was. Look at APWC. Look what it got to. It got all the way down to 580 and just popped right up almost $1. That's why you've got to be very, very careful when you're dealing with these low float situations. Very careful. I sort of joke around a little bit saying, you get into one of these stocks with very, very low floats, you cannot buy them and then wander away, even for a minute. Okay, MGI just opened. Wow, look at this. MGI just opened and boom. Now, looking left on that chart, 713 is the next high looking left on that daily. After that, if it can make it through, 743. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Yeah, expands real-time digital. So is this a crypto play? I think this is a crypto play, maybe. Real-time digital payments with Visa Direct through a new checkout.com partnership. So maybe it's not a crypto, but that is the news from MoneyGram, MGI. Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, popped all the way up and then it came all the way back down, APWC. You got to be awfully, awfully careful. Now, I want to just point out something for the SWIR. Talk about this. In just a minute, I want to see if the other one is the same. Okay. So if you have the AI, I keep sort of nagging at people, make sure you have the reentry time and the reentry price column up and running. You notice that there was a reentry again for SWIR at 2049 right there. There was the time because it didn't get stopped out, okay? It got stopped out for a profit, but at any time during the day, if it ever hits the stop price and then it comes back to the reentry price, you will get another alert. So it's another chance to get in. I'm going to go over that a little bit more. What time is it? 10:20. It's 10:23 already. Boy, it's just been all over the place. I mean, look at that doji. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to 685, all the way down to 582. And now it just continues here. All right, guys, wow. No shorts available for me on the APWC. That's an Interactive Brokers, so. All right, guys, listen, I know it's not quite 10:30, but there's maybe a little lull on the action right now. So first of all, if you're brand new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. I'm going to pop my homepage link into the room. Start talking about a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. Meanwhile, APWC just severe rippage. I've patented that. Okay, so here's my homepage. Here's my link to my homepage. Right here, Ion. New. On the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Strategy Trades window, okay? Right there. So toolbar, New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? All right, so if you click on my home page, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here is the, wow, PWCs are, here is a subscription, or a promo code, sorry. Here's a promo code that you can use, Barry, for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now let's just take a look to see how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. So here is the premium, here's the standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus that 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard, premium, here are the prices. You'll get a discount if you use that promo code for the first month only. So really listen to what I'm saying, first month only. Get a lot of emails saying, hey, how come I'm being charged full price the second month? Because the discount's only good for the first month. If we were going to offer a 15% discount every month, why would anybody take on an annual? Okay. A lot of other information from my homepage. The trade of the week, which I do not think triggered this week. But the trade, I think it's, I don't know, I know it's a DGLY. I think the trigger was, let's take a look and see what it is doing. Yeah, it did not trigger this week. So this is not, so people shouldn't get the idea that this is a bad one. It didn't trigger. It was at 319, I think, the trigger price. It never hit. So this is just, just forget about it. But the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. You can sign up for it right here. I do a recap. What's happened in the trading room. I do a recap right here. You can sign up for it there. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. All the scans that I'm sharing, more than what you can see on the screen. So you see something that might look interesting to you. You can just load it to your screen, and you can always, of course, adjust filters. But those are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? Education links. If you are new to Trade Ideas, I think this is a great primer. The 20 short lessons, I'm going to pop that into the room. I like to put that link on its own. I really think it's an important one. If you're brand new to trade, wow, look at the SPY, yeah, a little down action in the SPY. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, then click on that 20 lessons, and you'll see it's all text-based. So, what is a top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating one. All the basic features of Trade Ideas here. Okay, so if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still take a look at this. You can see what some of the basic features that we have to offer are. Okay? Between 12 and 1, another trader. Today is actually Chris. Chris will be taking over the YouTube room between 12 and 1. I monitor it between 9 and noon. I resume between 1 and 3. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Why? Well, I take a break at noon. Okay, I don't take an hour break, but again, one of the other traders does take over. So I will put that link in. I mean, there's the link right there, but I can put the link in just before I go on my break at noon. Of course, here's the room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all archived. More educational videos. And we've created some trading ebooks. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. Meanwhile, APWC is driving me crazy. I have this, you can put I'm going to go over what Trade Ideas is all about, but you can put what we call a sound alert. You can play a sound. So this is text to speech. So that's all I'm hearing her say, APWC, over and over and over again. Okay, so let me explain what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. And what you can do, what you see here, these are some scans that I created. And the whole idea is to start off with some filters. You know, you might have a price range that you like to trade. This is current volume is 4. This is an interesting filter that we have. This is showing you, this is trading 4 times what it would normally trade up to this point of the day. Okay, and there is a bit of a complicated formula that goes into this, but that's a very powerful filter. You know, I have a minimum volume of 400,000 shares. It's got to be up or down 4%, etc. So if these filters are met, if all these filters are met, then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these stocks in here. So you, of course, can create your own scans. And we took a different tack on this. We don't force you to learn a programming language. We have a lot of alerts. These are alerts. And if I scroll down, so you see these icons, and here are the filters. So you can create your own look. You know, you might, you know, these, I like to see stocks making new highs and lows. You may have a different way of looking at the market. So we have created all sorts of alerts and filters so you can create your own scan. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. Wow. Still don't see, I mean, there's no specific news that I can see on this one, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is just and traders have just got a hold of this, and, you know, it's super low float, 2.7 million in the float. The basic new highs and lows. If you see my screen, bat lights, I mean, on my screen, basic new highs and lows, if you can see my screen. Over and over and over again. And it just got halted again. Okay, now I want to talk about the AI. All right, so we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and once the market closes, the AI gets to work in an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. Quite a few made the cut. These are the ones out of the 50 strategies that made the cut. Why they made the cut? Yeah, they had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, and some other things go into it. I wouldn't be so concerned about why strategies make the cut. You know, all I would do is, and I don't even care from what segment. We get the question all the time. What's the difference between Grail 2.0 and NEO? I mean, the pat answer is that Grail was the first one. 2.0 maybe a little more aggressive in terms of the stops, and NEO is even more aggressive. I mean, but personally, I don't really care. All I care about is show me the alerts. So this is what I do. File, New, from the toolbar. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, here are the alerts. You know, you have a real-time entry price. I mean, you don't have to enter exactly. You know, you can watch to see how it's trading a little bit. You know, the Sierra Wireless, the entry was at 2073. I didn't get in until the 21 break, as an example. You know, it was a little early for me to take that trade. I wanted to see how it was trading a little bit. So I waited, you know, for a little bit of a break over that level. So, I mean, you know, we get questioned all the time. How do you use the AI? Well, the AI can be used in many different ways. You know, it's up to you as a trader to figure out You know, do you want to take a trade right off the bat? One thing I would say is manage the exits on your own. You'll maximize your gains. Sorry, I'm just looking at YI right here. Okay, so that is how the AI works. And as I say, I mean, you know, there's no video. You know, people say all the time, how do you use the AI? Well, there's no right or wrong way. It's really that simple. I use it like a watch list. This is a watch list, just like this watch list here. That's how I use it. Okay, now I want to talk about what you're seeing here, this window called Brokerage Plus. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about our external linking tool. Okay, so what is external linking? So we link with many brokerage platforms. Okay, you don't have to link. You don't want to. It's not mandatory. Another question we get is, I have, you know, ABC broker. Can I use Trade Ideas? Trade Ideas is a scanner. You can use any broker you want. You know, we're not a broker. We don't limit you. You know, you see an alert. You don't have to link. Linking is just a time saver, so that when you get an alert, instead of having to type the symbol into your order entry, into your brokerage platform, you click on the symbol and it will load into your order entry. From there, you can trade it. Okay, so all it is a time saver. You don't have to use this window that I'm going to explain to you know, with Trade Ideas. Again, it's a nice feature, but you don't have to use it. But we do have a relationship. This is what this window is called, Brokerage Plus, and we do have a relationship right now with Interactive Brokers, so that you can link to your Interactive Brokers account. Okay, I just popped this in here, the Brokerage Plus intro. A pre-market volume scan, well, I mean, you can use, you know, this is what I use. I mean, you can use it as a volume scan. Just give me a moment here. I mean, if you click on my home page, I can't answer that when it's going to get updated. It's definitely being worked on. I mean, I don't know what version you guys have access to, but I mean, it is, you know, I have a development version, and that's what you see. Okay, there's a development version. I'm not sure what you guys see right now if you use the latest beta. And it's only for the simulator right now. Let me get back to this Brokerage Plus. Well, I don't know. Are you on the latest beta? It may be available on the latest beta. I'm not sure. If you know, download the latest beta, if you have it already downloaded and it's not, and when you click on calendar, you're not getting something that looks like this, well, then obviously it's not available yet. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within this window, your Interactive Brokers account. So why would you want to do that? Well, you can do things if you have to watch that video. Let's just say I look at BVXV. I like what I see. I go back, I right click, and I hover over trade. And you see I've got these buying and shorting scenarios that I can, if you watch that video, you can set them up yourself. Let me just click on the simulator to show you. See, now they're not grayed out. So this is what we call one-click trading. You can just basically pick how you want to trade it, click it, done. Okay, and these are, you set this up ahead of time, of course. You have to watch that video. Okay, there you go. It's on the latest beta, Don, so download the latest beta. Okay, now we are looking to add, and we were going to get the question all the time. I know that we really hope this week we'd have TD Ameritrade and E-Trade added as two other brokers that you can use to use this Brokers Plus window. It's just not ready yet. There's still some little bugs we have to iron out. So please don't ask me when it's going to be available. I just don't know. But right now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this and you can trade it. But listen, it's not mandatory. You don't have to use Brokers Plus, to trade. You don't have to use it at all. It's a nice little feature. Okay. Now, big way to use Brokers Plus though, if you are new to trading. If you are new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. We have a simulator. You just click on the sim, and again, this is only available if you're using the app. It's not available in the web-based version. So if you have the downloaded app, then you can just click on sim, and now you're in our simulation mode right here. Uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, it uses our real-time data. So you can practice trading, okay? Very important to practice before you commit money to the market. Just give me a moment here. So let's, you can use this in a couple of ways. Of course, when you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to short it, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. Okay. I always like to demonstrate first, though, because a lot of people, would like to perhaps take trades on a pullback. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted to take this water trade, this WTER that just showed up. I'm just using this as an example. You thought, you know what, if it pulls back to, down here, $1.17, I want to take the trade. So I've clicked on WTER. It's there. I can pick how many shares. Let's just pick 300 shares. What did I say? It was $1.17. So let's just put $1.17. I'll put this in both boxes. 117. I click buy. And look what happens. A line shows up right on the chart. Okay, that blue line. If it gets down to 117, it'll take the trade. Just one moment, please. I'm getting more and more of these SPACs are showing up. My job is to keep adding them to that SPAC symbol list to make sure I keep track of them. Okay, so if it takes if it gets down to 117, it'll take the trade. You'll see that blue line, dark blue line, will turn into a faded one. You could have also done it the other way. If you had thought, well, if it can take out a certain high, maybe breaking through resistance, you could have done the conditional buy above the current price. Now, let's take a trade though, right off the bat. Again, I'm just demonstrating this, okay? This is just for demo purposes. This is in the simulator. So let's just say it just dropped. I want to take one that might be basing a little bit. Again, would I take this trade? Of course not. I mean, it's way too extended on the 15-minute chart. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how you can do it. So I just want to take the trade, CETX, okay? And let's buy 300 shares. It's a penny spread, so I can go right at the market. So see how it took the trade, right there. Now, very, very important concept. You must have a stop. If the trade is not working, then you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. You can't just say, it's going to work eventually. All right, you have to have a price. So it's a way to destroy your account if that's the way you're going to think. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade. So if I look at this now, and again, when you get into the trade, you have to know that price. Now, it is not just, every trade I get into, I'm going to put a 10-cent stop, or I'm going to take 500 shares every trade. I'm going to show you in my opinion, what you should be doing. Or this is my opinion, and this is what I do. So when I look at a chart, I say, okay, if I'm going to get in here, where would my stop be? Okay. So again, this is going to, take some chart knowledge. You kind of look at the chart and you say, okay, looks like there's some support. Again, I'm just using this as an example. Looks like there's some support down here, maybe at 172. If I want to get out of this, if it breaks down through there, I should be out of the trade. I'm going to put the stop at 174. I'm going to show you why. Because I got in at 184. I just want to make the math easy. So here's where I can add the stop order. 174. I'm just trying to make the math easy. So you'll see that the stop will show up right on the chart. Okay. So if this gets down to 174, I'll be taken out for a $28 loss. So why did I pick 174? Well, here is how you're going to share size. Because again, when you get into a trade, it's not, you just don't take 500 shares a trade, 300 shares a trade. It should be based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. So if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Hopefully that is so obvious. So let's just say based on your account size, though, you could risk $100 a trade. What that means is if I get into a trade and it doesn't work for me, the most I'm going to try to lose is $100. So right here, we're in at 184. I put the stop at 174 just to make the math easy. So it's a 10-cent stop. So how many shares could I take? In this particular case, I could have taken 1,000 shares. Why? 1,000 times 10-cent stop equals $100. All right? So if you obey your stop, great, okay? A lot of people, though, what they start to do is they start to second guess as it starts to move down towards their stop price. They start to say things like, well, that stop is way too tight because I know this stock is going up. I've heard great things about it, and I know it's going up. So obviously my stop was too tight. So you start lowering your stop, okay? So now, the $100 loss, if it hits your original stop and keeps moving down, that $100 manageable loss might start turning into $150. It gets down to that stop price. Again, you start moving it down because you're stubborn. I mean, it's and we've all done it. We've all done it. Okay, you just don't want to believe that the trade can go against you. So you just keep moving your stop down, down, down. The $100 loss now all of a sudden starts turning into a $200 or $300 loss, and now you're starting to sweat. And now it's a $400 loss, and you just give up. You say, "Oh my gosh, I got to get out of this trade. How stupid was I?" That 100 now turns into $400. And again, we've all done it. Look at ReWalk, guys. RWLK on the move. Just check out yesterday's high. So why this can really help you, okay? This takes the emotion out. If you leave this line in here, and again, this isn't a simulator, but this is also the same if once you begin live trading and you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, and down the road, maybe a TD Ameritrade or E-Trade. If you're one of these people, and we all are at one time one of those people, that all the best intentions in the world, okay, I heard Barry talk about putting stops. I see where I think where the stop should be based on the chart, but I cannot obey it. Well, you leave it in, and this is, when you leave it in like this and just let it happen, it takes all the emotion out. Just takes all the emotion out of play. Okay? Just let it happen, and later on, maybe it sets up again. You might have been just a little bit early in the trade. No excuse to not get out of a trade because of your commissions that you're paying. Okay? Have we lost the audio? Let me make sure you guys can hear me. Hopefully I haven't I haven't lost the audio. Okay, good. Okay, so it is you. Reset connection then. Yeah, we don't have EMAs at all, Deldra. Okay, so So that's one thing. We do not have EMAs at all. Okay, let me okay, I'm going to answer this question about my bouncers and toppers. One of the ones that I'm sharing. First alert at 10:30. Must be 10:30 your time, maybe. I mean, these are just ideas, right? So, I mean, what it's looking for are stocks that are, if it's in blue, it means a stock that's been moving down and maybe ready, I mean, it's been moving down a certain amount of time, and RSI is pretty low. Other factors, so it may be looking for a bounce. Let's take a look at RDN. It's not a okay. I get the alert and I immediately take the trade. In this particular case, it wouldn't have been too bad. There it was, 2010. You just start watching it, see if if it starts to base and starts to move. Yeah, maybe you can take the trade. It's just these are just ideas. Okay, STIM. So this is on the reverse side, STIM. Maybe, it is topped out at 2111. Obviously not. I mean, there was the alert, but it kept moving higher. So what you do is you can start watching it and saying, okay, there was the alert, but it kept moving higher. Eventually, if you put it on a thumbnail, maybe it's going to come into some resistance on the chart. So, I mean, this is just an alert. It's not, okay, take the short at 2010. No questions. You have to analyze the chart still. All it's doing, it's alerting you to situations which may be starting to get oversold in blue and overbought in orange. Okay? So those are previous days, okay? It's called the anchored VWAP. Okay? So those are previous. I mean, the VWAP one is the VWAP that everybody knows. It's that number right there. I don't use it. Just so you know, I don't use it, but it's there if you want. Yeah, so 0, 1, again, if you can just load or take a look at my homepage, the bouncers toppers is there, okay? Just pop that in here, okay? So there's my homepage link, and it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Meanwhile, STSA, look at this run. The current day, yes. VWAP 1 is the current day, yes. Well, do you not see? Okay, for those of you, do you not see I just posted my link right here. Can you not see it? You guys in our YouTube room, can you not see the link? Barry's homepage. Okay, that is the link. And when you that's my homepage link, and when you get there, then just click on the scan section, and then it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Well, you've got to go to the scan section. Okay, you click on my homepage link, and then where it says scans that I'm sharing, right there, click here, and here it is, bouncers, toppers. The reason I don't do this and put the links in, I'd be doing that all day long, so, force you guys to do a little bit of work on your own, and go to the homepage and, load it yourselves. Otherwise, I'd be popping links in all day long. Well, yeah, you've got to log in, in order to load. Boy, we've had some amazing runs here for some of these little bios. Look at AZRX. Well, guys, this TSA just, I'm surprised this is not halted yet. You know, I saw this one yesterday. There's a Nubase Therapeutics, NBSE. It had a great day yesterday. It is now above yesterday's high. The next challenge is right here, 975. So it is above that high right there. Look left on the weekly chart. So that's 975 there. That is 948 there. That could be the next high. 977, 986. Guys, I mean, if this can somehow take out $10, this has a chance to kind of run into this, 11 to 12 area, and that is the NBSE. Well, this continues higher. So this is next. Like traders just abandoned APWC and looking for the next one that's flying. You can just see what's happened here. So the trader mentality. Okay, great. What's the next one? And this one got halted. This one got halted. I just noticed it, and it just resumed. OCC. Boy, a lot of halts today. Again, the halts resumes. One of the scans that I'm sharing. Go to my homepage, click on the scans tab, and again, one of the scans that I am sharing. Checking to see what some of these alerts are doing right now. So interesting, only one alert so far from the options, abnormal options. Just one. And I didn't love it, so not in it. I mean, it could move. I mean, yeah, but it's got to take this out right here, 1962. I mean, I guess if it can take that out, it got a shot to get to the 20 level. I just kind of look at something. I like to see something that for me anyway, something a little cleaner looking on the chart. But hey, listen, it could move. All right, 11 o'clock already. Fast morning as always. Okay, guys, just one moment, please. I just want to check something on my other monitors. Check an email. All right. Take a look at AQMS from Ija. Guys, it's SCYX absolutely not even close to hold. Well, it's still up 8%, but not holding the gains at all. Again, this had a very aggressive price target put on by Guggenheim of $25. Listen, I mean, they're not saying it's going to happen today. It may never happen. It's just a quote unquote an opinion, but I mean, this is really giving it up. SCYX. You know what? Okay, this became shortable. That's right. When I looked at it earlier, there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but obviously what's happening is that there's some short covering. So there are now shorts available. I'm not saying I want to short it now, but there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. The pitter patter of happy feet. As if you don't know, there's my dog just greeting me. All right. Keep an eye on this SCYX. It's a miniature white poodle, so the 15 pound variety. So you're asking me about JNCE? So all I was doing, I was just looking at yesterday's high. I mean, does that mean that is absolutely breaking through? Of course not. But I was just looking at yesterday's high. That's how these get triggered in the first place. It has to take out yesterday's high. Okay? I mean, it's one of the triggers, or one of the filters, I should say. Now, did I know that once it took out yesterday's high, it was going to, tack on 50 cents? No, but it's just one of the filters that I have. I don't want it. I always like to see stocks taking out the previous day's high as one of the filters if I'm going to get involved. Just one moment, please. Okay, I'm back. All right, guys, I am just keeping an eye on this SCYX. All right, next on the hit parade is EMAN, E-M-A-N. So this is interesting, just over 3. Take a look, look left. What do you see? 305 is the next high looking left. It's at 304. I'm trying to see if there's what sort of resistance there is after that. If I back this out on the weekly chart, I have to go back. I got to go back to 2017 before we see these levels. You know, I don't know if that's really resistance. So man, oh man, another one. Again, I'm not saying to take this trade. It's interesting, especially if you can, take this out. But take it out. Hey, we have another. Sorry, guys, we have another option play here. Ooh, through the 200-day. Just watching this tack, guys. See how well it holds over 18? It has a little bit of room. I mean, not huge, but it's got a little bit of room to that 1851 area before it hits the next high on the daily. I'm sorry, that's not correct. That may not be correct. Just a minute. There's the high. So you can see there's the next high looking left is 1812. There's a bit of maybe a little struggle to get through that. What did it get up to? It got up to 1815. So 1812 is the next high. After that, it is 1850. I mean, it wouldn't be terrible, but for me, it would have to take out that high again. I'm going to stick an alert at around 1815 and see if it takes it out again. Meanwhile, PPSI, this is like polar. This is sort of like the polar trade or the polar alert that we've been getting, or polar. POLA. No, SWIR was actually it was an AI. Yeah, the option volume is only 300%, so my filter is 500%, so 5 times normal. So it may turn out later on in the day, as something, but right now, no. There's a big happy face for GME from Zach, and the reason being, okay, so you're looking at a little short here, I take it. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:11. 11:11. happened to my alert? Well, I'm watching this SCYX. There are a few shares available to short. I'm liking the way it's holding underneath 8. Wanting to see if it gets maybe to the mid, like 785 or so. I may take a shot at shorting that. And with a 15-cent stop, although it's starting to move up a little. Yeah, we'll see. I'm just kind of waiting on it. That's SCYX. The stop would be at the whole number. That would be my get out of town stop if I got into it. Doesn't mean that's where I would wait for it to hit it. If I didn't like the way it was trading, I could always, of course, get out earlier. Just like here, okay, guys. So this is the simulated trade that I took. So if I don't like the way this is trading, and I think, you know what, I'm going to get out before it actually gets stopped out. I don't like the way it's trading. I like that topping tail. So I should have mentioned this before. These are hotkeys. So if I highlight the trade, I just flatten it and get out. Okay, that got me out of the position. I could have taken out half my position, or I could have doubled it. These are just hotkeys. APT. So you're obviously trying to play it on a bounce. It's been beaten up pretty good though. Again, another. This is virus, of course, virus play. Protective wear. I mean, the bounce has already really occurred. I mean, there was the bounce at 13, so 13.45. So I'm like, what are you looking at? Shorting it or? Okay, guys. Where are you? Just give me a moment here. Yeah, but are you saying going along right now? Because you're sort of chasing it right now. You're either, I mean, if you're going to go along this right now, is this for a day trade or a longer term hold? Is it because you believe in the protective wear? It's going to continue to be strong because of the virus. Yeah, so I mean, I don't have an opinion on that then. I mean, if that's why you're going long because you think it's going to be strong going forward because of the virus, I mean, that then is your, that's more of a fundamental, I suppose we'll call it somewhat fundamental analysis. That's totally up to you. I mean, I don't have any special insight. Do I think this is going to rip because of the virus going forward this year? I don't know, obviously. All right. Well, this is starting to work, guys. SCYX. I laid it out to, all I said was I'd like to see it get into those mid 80s. So it's starting to work a little bit. SCYX. taking some out. This is sort of more of a scalpy type trade for me. SCYX. I'm just looking to see if it can really, how many shorts are available now? Yeah, still 16,000, so. What, this, it's only 40 cents up now. Pixie, let's see if there are Pixie shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, and the answer is, let's get a drum roll. Yes, over 500,000. What was the one earlier, William, that you had shorts at Fidelity and IB didn't? AZRX. All right, so you look left. I mean, it doesn't have a beautiful weekly chart. When I say that, what I'd like to see is when I look at a weekly chart, I mean, the dailies, you know, obviously it's a big breakout here. It's a fairly low float, 27 million. This is traded, you know, this will probably trade the float at least 3, maybe 4 times a day. 27 million in the float, 47, so that's double. Okay, so it's traded the float twice already, and we're only at 1119. Obviously, lots and lots of volume. Big volume day yesterday. Bigger. I mean, I'm sure this will be more than yesterday. Look left. The next high looking left is 194, so it's got to take that out. I always think that, you know, for these stocks under $5, the whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are, you know, kind of, they can struggle to get through them. I look left over here. I see 211. I see 230. So, you know, it's not clean, what I call clean. I'd rather see something on a weekly chart that had way more room, not all of this. That's my opinion. Boy, Pola, still super strong. Okay, this one showed up yesterday, ELSE. Look at ELSE, ELSE, and it popped all the way up to 581, closed way down here, but $1 off. It's challenging yesterday's high, but again, look left. What do you see? 592 is up here. So, I mean, if it can ever really break out, say over 6, then look left, and 877. So all right, I'm all out of the SCYX short. Wasn't too bad. Wasn't fantastic, but I'm all out of it. Had a little pop down to here. I was hoping it would maybe get into the 750s, but yeah, there. Again, if you want to see how I trade, kind of how my mindset is. I mentioned this tack, so yes, and the same with the STWD. Did I love these? No, just because they show up doesn't mean I love them. Okay, I can't predict what is going to show up. These stocks met the filter requirements, so then it's a matter of, okay. I click on the alert. What do I see? I could have laid it out. I didn't like the resistance. And the same with the tack. I said, okay, if it can take out 1812 or so, it has a shot to get in here, but I was not going to take this trade unless it did that. That's why, so I put the alert there. It may happen later on, but if it doesn't happen, I just move on. Please chase DSS. Just trying to check some of these, what has happened since the original alert. Obviously, the POLA still is strong. I mean, it's had a pullback and all, but then once that pullback was over, popped up. Sierra Wireless, again, that was a chase. Really, you had to chase. I mean, it worked a little bit, but not. This one, I don't think worked at all. When I say work, I mean these are just ideas. Okay, this does not mean when you get this alert, you take the trade, and if you took the trade at 161 and you took a loss, I mean that doesn't. These are situations. These are ideas. They're not. Okay, take the trade right now when you get the alert. This one, worked, pretty well. I mean, it got up to 1270. I don't think this one took out 15. Yeah, it's, again, my whole thing on this one, it would have to take out 15. Just because I get the alert doesn't mean I take the trade. It would have to take out 15 before I would get at all interested. But even then, 1550 looking left. In fact, yeah, you see, this made my watch list not as a potential long play. It made my watch list as a potential short play. When I did my watch list last night, I looked at this candle. I said, "Wow, okay. Well, if it can continue down, look at the. I mean, it has no support. So this made my watch list because it was a potential short play, not because you might be saying, well, because when I make my watch list, they're not. I mean, you can trade them any way you want. They can be good intraday traders, but they're also designed that they could be multi-day holds because I'm always looking at these longer term time frames and saying, okay, how much further could this stock go? So again, when I looked at FPRX last night, it wasn't thinking that, because I look at this as just not a good long play at all, too much resistance. But as a short, if it had taken out, at 14, it could have kept going down. So Is there a scan? Well, I mean, the obvious one, right would be, below, like right at the very beginning of the day, it was below the low of yesterday. Okay, so that's, we do have that position in yesterday's range. So you could, first thing to do is to put it at, zero. In other words, this is what I have here. The max at zero, position in previous day's range at zero. That means that it'll be either right at the low of yesterday or below. Okay, that's number one. For a big red candle down the previous day, you could use a percentage, I suppose, or you could use consecutive. You could use our consecutive days filter. I mean, I don't have one designed, specifically for that, but consecutive days, add the filter, minimum 2, as an example, or if you just want it to be, that's looking at yesterday though, not counting today. So, I mean, you can just basically when you do your scanning overnight, okay, I mean, you should be doing some after hours work. This would have showed up as something that was down for the day, quite a lot. So that could have, you could have constructed a watch list then. Yeah, you can flip it the strong stocks or the weak stocks, yes. And then add the filter because a weak stock doesn't necessarily mean it's below yesterday's low. You could just be a weak stock today, could still be above. So if you want to make sure it's below yesterday's low, use that position in yesterday's range, and put for the max, put 0. It's the same. I haven't changed it in several months, Slayer. It is best WL. Well, Dimitri, I use the AI as a watch list. So I do not take every trade. Obviously, I have a certain price range I like, and I use it as a watch list. Well, I don't know, but the best way. Well, guys, here's that AZRX. I know I was asked that question before. What do I think about it? Well, it's taken out that 192. I mean, it might, if it challenges. I mean, it could. Take a look at it on the monthly chart. What's the next high looking left? 229. So it's getting closer. If it can take that out, I mean, then 310. So I mean, look. I mean, just because when I say look left and I see a high, doesn't absolutely mean that's going to block it from going higher. I don't know. There's no such thing. I think Kaiser is the best way. I mean, we've got our after hours channel that I look at. Um, I have top lists. The percentage gainers, percentage losers. Just make sure that you have it live all day as opposed to just during market hours. I've got about 10 scans that I look at, and that's how I construct That's how I construct this list. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I have to change my headset. Just one moment, please. right, that was fast. Well, again, Kaiser, I thought I kind of answered it. I mean, you can take a look at top gainers, top losers, construct a top list like that, and they just keep looking at it after hours. We also have the after hours channel that gives you a lot of, in the channel bar right here, the after hours channel. I use this also, after hours. That's showing the big movers after hours. So a lot of those make it into my watch list. But some of the in the channel bar, for instance, what do we have here? I know. We had one that was a stock surging. I mean, you can take a look, stock surging. Take a look at it after hours. Because those are top lists in there. Look at else, guys. Just mentioned else before, just took out yesterday's high and just took that out right now. ELSE. Wow, look at it go. I mean, look at this rippage here. Oh, man. And look left. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 877, but aha. So Wimmy just showed up again, but you know what? I mean, I'd be having to wait for a 9 break. Showed up on the options, but I would have to wait for a 9 break. Look left, 948 is the next high looking left. That's not that bad, but let's see here. Yeah, 885. So, but that 9 can be a tough one to overcome. We'll have to see. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert just underneath it, 899. See if it gets close. All right, this is an IPO. No, I don't. We have no data available for it. Is this an IPO? Guys, is this an IPO? Let me check. We have no data on it. I don't know if that's an error. Oh, there we go. Okay, we just take. Yeah, so this is an IPO. And the pricing, 25 million, and the pricing is at $8 a share. So that is, so it's not a very big IPO at all. $8 a share, so it's a little over 3 million shares. So it's not a big IPO. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:36. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, what is WIMI going to do from here? WIMI, what are you going to do? And Hootie, yeah, Hootie, Hootie got halted on the way down. So this is an IPO. Just got halted on the way down. Wow, I know I mentioned this one a little earlier. NBSE took out yesterday's high. It's taken 10 out now, guys. Wow, I mean, this is, take a look at this, 1173, next high looking left on that monthly chart, 1178, sorry. I haven't looked at this one for a while. I have this one thumbnailed. This was, of course, a crazy one from 4 days ago. GRTS. Wow, NBSE. This is my big miss, guys. I should have been all over this one, just on at least on the 10 break. Low float, fairly low float, 21 million in the float. It's crazy how it changes. I mean, 21 million is really, really low, but we're getting so used to these ones with like 3 million in the float. There's AZRX. So guys, listen, I mean, this is now above here. It's right challenging that 220 level now. Okay, so listen, on the WIMI, I mean, this could really rip through 10, and I may take it, or 10, 9, I might take it, but just remember, that's a very low float, 11 million in float. If you're going to do it, you know, you have to make sure you size yourself correctly. Do not wander away. This can be very, very whippy. You know, I got into this one yesterday. I did okay, but it's very whippy. Well, AZRX is what is it at now? 27. So let's keep backing this out. I mean, the next high looking left, that was the 216. So now we're talking 246 on the monthly chart. I'm sorry, that's higher. 310. I mean, this could just keep, well, and there's a red bar ignored. Well, that just has exploded now. AZRX just exploded. Wow. And Hootie just got halted again. Or, no, I'm sorry, just resumed. Well, it depends what you mean by a squeeze alert. I mean, you know, we do have a short float percent that you can. So we have a short float percent. So that, just a minute. Just a minute. So, I'm sorry, get back to that float percent. So you put a high enough, and it's up to you. We Let me just put in float here. I mean, I can't tell you what you want to put, but if you want to say put 20% as a short float, so if a stock then all of a sudden is really moving and you use that as a filter, that could give you a squeeze, I suppose. Okay, makes sense. I mean, you can construct your own scan, put a short float percent, up to you. You want to put 20% if you think that's high enough or a minimum. And then, stocks that are up 4%, lots of relative volume. In other words, they're really moving. It could be like a short squeeze. It could be. Okay, so when you ask, I have a question, life range versus yearly range, which one is good? I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, obviously a stock that is at a high of, I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, they're just numbers. I mean, a stock that is high of the year versus its lifetime high. I mean, some people like to see stocks that are, lifetime highs. Some people like to see stocks that are lifetime. I can't say one is better than the other. There's no real answer to that. What's better, an apple or an orange? I don't know. Well, again, it depends what you're looking for. I mean, if you're looking for stocks that are near the low of the year, but are still kind of near the lifetime high. I mean, I really don't know how to answer that question, stock guidance. There's no real answer which one is better. I've got a trend reversal scan that looks for stocks that are near the, maybe a year's low, but are maybe a 20-day high, maybe coming back, things like that. Okay. Man. Well, I was pretty wrong about this AZRX. I mean, I thought maybe this would stall it, but not even close. So somebody asked my opinion of it. I gave my opinion. Obviously, I thought it would stall a lot more around 2 and maybe stall, in this area, but it's just ripped right through. Best thing you can do, stock guidance, is to construct a filter, see what sort of alerts you get, and if the charts start making sense to you, then keep with those. But if not, I wish I were still in this one. Just sort of adjust the filters, the values, to see what sort of looks you're getting on the charts. Wow. I mean, there are some big moves here, guys. Look at that else. I mean, this came out of nowhere yesterday. Else, I think it came out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the daily chart. It was doing really nothing. It did have the big pop, but it sold off, and then big continuation. All right, I'm continuing to kind of wait on the WIMI to see if it takes out 9 again. Almost got into it. I just held off just a second, and I'm kind of glad I did, but let's see if it takes out 9 again for the WIMI, W-I-M-I. Whew. Not a super low float either, 27 million. When we last saw this, guys, remember I was saying this would trade double the float, which would have about 54 million shares. Look at it now, 83 million. I mean, look at the volume just surging into it. All right, guys, 11:50. So this is what I want to do. I want to put the link to the YouTube room into the main trading room because I will be taking a break in about 5 to 10 minutes, just before noon. And if you want to head over, Chris will be in the in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So you can head over there if you want while I'm on a break. Well, we were just talking about, oh no, another one, MTG. It was MoneyGram. MTG, look at this. So, well, here, maybe some support right around 12, guys. Maybe. Have to see if this 12 holds. I mean, this is just getting rocked. Absolutely rocked here, MTG. Yeah, I'm just going to remain watching this to see if it can take out. Well, I have my alert set up here. Sorry, 9:05. Hard to see probably. So if you're looking at, potential bounce plays, I mean, this MTG, keep an eye on it right at 12. I mean, it looks like there's support, just around 12, a little bit under. Looks like there is. No guarantees, of course. The next low looking left is 1188. All right. Well, if you're looking for a bounce play, I mean, looks like there's pretty good support, right around here, around that 11.80 to $12 level. I mean, obviously, if it takes that out, all bets are off, but looks like there's pretty decent support right around here. And I'm talking about the MTG. Has it just rung in my ear for a new low? Just trying to see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news on it. Certainly not a market reaction or anything. The market is actually pretty decent. You know, I had the pretty big gap down, but it's been in recovery mode most of the day. Well, yeah, I really don't look at anything on the OTC, you know, and especially when I read something like some say it has got potential. That's up to you. Sorry, I just don't look at OTC at all. And, you know, a stock that's 8 cents, yeah, I mean, that's completely up to you. I mean, it's had a great day. I get it. You know, 3 cent, 53 cents, 173 million, huge float. I'm, you know, I have no feeling for this at all. Sorry. I mean, I can see right there, you know, it's had a big run, but hey, one moment, please. All right, guys. So it's 11:57. So I'm going to put the announcement in. I know Chris is going to show up pretty soon. He's going to let me know when he's going to start his streaming in the YouTube room. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll be taking my break very soon. All right. What are you doing? KLR. Other than ripping higher, all-time high now for KLR. Don't lose sight of WIMI, guys, just in case, you know. I mean, it's very, very active, obviously. Had a huge day yesterday. You know, if it takes out that 9, it might have a rip. Just look left. I mean, yeah, there's some little areas where it could stall, but I mean, man, look left on this one. Fred. Yeah, I'm not a big dip buyer, but that's just me. I'm just not a big dip buyer, okay? I'm more of a breakout. Chris, I don't know if you're, I'm assuming, are you in the YouTube room right now? Oh, okay, Chris, yeah, start now. You can start now. I'm just waiting for you to tell me that you're in. Okay. Well, start. Start now. Okay, great. Okay, guys, Chris is now in our YouTube room, so I'm going to stop the stream, and I'll see you guys.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. Filling in for Andy today. He's got some personal matters to attend to. Hey there, Mike C. How are you? Good to see you. I'll open it up if anybody has anything they'd like to be demonstrated or shown. And if not, I have a couple things, some Brokerage Plus stuff that I was going to go over. A lot of questions that we seem to get a lot in setting up Holly and things of that nature. So I'll open it up for a moment here, and then we'll move on to some of the things that I have planned. If not, alrighty. So, all right, let me pop out some windows and change a few things around here so I can bring in my Brokerage Plus. Just want to open a new positions grid so I can watch what I'm actually trading at the moment. And we're going to simulated. And let's bring this bad boy over here. We're going to cover up Holly for a minute and shift around. So I know lots of people always interested in auto trading Holly. How do I set her up and all those burning questions like that. So just to go over how to set Holly or any strategy in Brokerage Plus. They're set in two different tabs, but have most of the same functions. In the strategies tab, you'll have some more options for changing things around that don't exist in Holly, as she's a black box more or less. You're only setting your risk. But so we'll start with the strategies tab here, and you can see here I have what comes preloaded: discretionary long, discretionary short. That refers to these two buttons here: sell, buy. Cannot be turned off, cannot be altered in any way, shape, matter, or form. So those are just your in and outs through a manual trade. On these here at the 100 market share, 1,000 at market, so on and so forth, this is where you can change some things. If you come right click, you edit, and in here you can change these details to what you want it to be. You know, whether you're doing a fixed share size, you're doing it based on a stop loss, fixed dollars, You can set the risk management on the stop losses. Do you want percent, dollars, or do you want to use a custom here? If you do use a custom, it has to be an order that the broker can hold. So for example, your broker cannot calculate a moving average. So you cannot use a moving average as your stop loss or as your target. It just doesn't work that way. So it has to be more or less a static order that the broker can hold. That's where, we're trying to remove some of these here so that it takes away some of the confusion. A little slower than we would like on the support side of things, but that is what we live with at the moment. So that is where you can change all those things. When you change those, you can then take the option, if you're looking to trade off your charts, you've got these buttons, buy and sell, or simply on the trade here, you can save that as your default right in here. So that's where here you go, set as default chart long strategy, and then vice versa, set as default short strategy. And that's where you can get that option to make those trades off the charts for those of you that like to operate that way or have been curious how you're going to operate that way. Those are those functions that are in there. If you have a strategy that you're looking to do on your own, you've been back testing something, you want to bring it to the simulator, you right click here, load from cloud. It's going to bring up what you have in your cloud, and you're just going to pick it and load it, and that's that. From there, you once again, a right click, we come into the edit, and this is where you can do that. So I have a list that I've been simulating for a while. I'm actually getting ready to go live with it probably next week sometime. And so just give you an idea of what I'm doing here. This strategy initiates at 9:45. I'm actually going to change this. It stops at 3:54, but I'm actually going to be pulling that back in the order details. I'm doing it based on my stop losses, my share size, and my risk value is $30. So I'm risking $30 per trade. And in the risk management, I'm using a 3.5% stop. I'm using a 7.5% target. I also have a hold time currently of 60 minutes. I've been playing with this a little bit. I may change it. I may not. I'm not sure yet. It's kind of worked both ways or cut both ways. Some trades that kind of keep for me. Others, pulling that curl down on me, and it's letting winners turn to losers. So that one I have to play with a little bit still. I may decide to not let it go fully auto and kind of manage the trades when I'm in it. That's basically how that works on loading your own strategies. When we come to Holly, going to be much of the same function where it's a right click and you're going to edit your long or your re-enter long here. But in here you don't have all those tabs. That's it. So you have the account you can set it to. This is where you can set it to the accounts. I can't pull it up right now because I have numbers that are in there that I don't want to show for my personal accounts in there. However, that's where you can define whether it's going to be in your account live or in your simulated account. In here is where you're going to choose conservative, moderate, best of. We do not allow aggressive, as trading with a stop is not, without a stop is not advisable. And for those of you that might be confused on what best of is, you're going to be looking at not changing what positions you already hold, but it's going to look back and say, okay, conservative was the best exit before, so we're going with conservative again. Or vice versa, moderate was the best exit before, so we're going with that again. So that's how that goes on that. It's going to choose your next entries management based on what was working before. On the position sizing, it's the same concept as before. We're doing it based on a stop loss. So you can see if I was doing it, I had it based on the stop loss of $30, not based on a fixed share size or fixed dollar amount. I personally think it's always best to you're risking about the same amount on every single trade. That's what managing risk is to me. Might be different to everybody else. And then here, you come into your limit, the offset of that limit, or if you're bold, going in at market. I personally, especially with Holly, I don't think it's so great to go in with the market order, as she can have some really big spreads. This morning, I'm going to give you an example in 1 second when we wrap this up, but you have also to finish up your time in force, good the day, minutes, 3 and 20 seconds. That's how long that order will be sitting and hanging out for a fill for you. And obviously, that can all be adjusted. Now, I want to bring in Holly here and point out what was her early mover this morning. It was this guy here. So when Holly came in and traded this one here this morning, Sierra Wireless, by the time I had clicked on it and looked at it, it was already at a 19-cent spread. Maybe you're comfortable going in at market on a 19-cent spread. I personally am not. And this is where some of the people get hung up, I think, on how Holly functions and, trying to compare an equity curve of hers where we don't have an equity curve that shows slippage. Nobody here is running it like that. So these are things that are hard to show outside of simulations, show in real life. If you had a 5 cent delta or 5 cent offset, you're never getting a fill on that. It's just that simple. Happens to be one of the nicer trades today, and that's just the way it works. These are the same kind of concepts that work when we look at shorts. Now, I don't believe this is going to be, yeah. So right now, let's just pretend that this PASG, Holly fired it right now, and we can see that we're down 12%. You're probably not getting a fill right away with the uptick rule. These are things you just can't calculate for in a simulation, and this is where I try to tell people, if you're looking to use Holly in automation, this is why you have to be patient. You're going to have to run her, especially, if you can do it in a paper mode for a while to get a feel, to see what's going to work, what's not going to work. Then my suggestion to anybody when going automation, and a mistake that I personally made with automation when I first started doing it, is jumping out to my normal risk parameters if I was doing a manual trade. I think it's wise when anybody first goes automation that you should be risking an amount that has nothing to do with making money. So, for example, next week when I do, or if I do go live with my strategy, even that $30 a trade, I won't actually be risking that. I'm probably going to bring that down to $15 a trade. That particular strategy that I have, it's shooting out in between, I'll say 7 and 20 orders a day. So let's just use 10 for an easy number. If I was risking $10 per trade and it shot out that high number of 20 and everyone went sideways on me and didn't go well, I lost $200 on that day. That's not a big deal to me. I don't want to lose $200, but losing $200 to see what may or may not have gone wrong in that strategy is much more manageable than if I risk my normal risk parameters when I'm trading manually. I'm risking $100 per trade. I don't want to risk $2,000 running a strategy live for the first time. And maybe some of you can do that. Good for you if you can. But that's my 2 cents. So for anybody that's looking to go automation, your obvious first step should always, always, always be paper. And when you decide that you're going to make that move to live, it should be an amount that is small enough that it is not going to be affecting your everyday life, but can still show you some direction on what may or may not be working on that trade and what you should or should not be monitoring or modifying on that trade. So I'm going to take a second here and pause if anybody has questions or anything like that, or wants me to circle back on any of that. But these are some of the things that I see the most working the support tickets, whether coming in email or a live chat. I also guess I'll take a second to make sure that my mic has been on this whole time, as I see nobody asking anything in the channel. All right, check my own sound, so it looks like we're good there. All right, thanks, David. I appreciate that. So I don't know. I'm gonna keep moving forward with some stuff. Can I repeat the price when you use on the filter? Yeah, sure. So what I was referring to here is position brokerage plus. So what I'm referring to here is when we come in to the edit part on any strategy here that we're, whether it is automation or even if it's a manual strategy that you're looking to use to trade off the charts or off the actual alert window itself. So when you come into the risk management on your stop loss and your target, you have the ability to set either here where it's more of a forward percent or dollar, or you can make the selection of a filter. And that's going to be one of these formulas over here. So for example, something that will work that we can give you is a smart stop. I'm not sure where it's located here, but here we go. So smart stop on a dollar or percent. That's a calculated static number, for example. So that's not something that's constantly moving like a moving average. So that is an order that can be sent to IB, as IB is the only one live right now. And IB can take that and put that in as a stop for you. Where if you're trying to use, on my manual trading, I use moving averages for what I'm calculating what my stop is going to be. But that's me manually trading, so I can update that and do that all myself. The system doesn't have a way of recalculating what your stop is if you're using a moving average, and that's why it has to be a static number. The only outside way of going with the static numbers, obviously, if you use a trailing stop, which then I will also disclaimer: do not use a trailing stop and a hard stop order at the same time. You're going to get an auto trigger on it, and your strategy is not going to work. You're picking one or the other. That's how that works. So otherwise, they're going to fight with each other, and that will be that. So, one other thing I like to throw out there now, while we're on some of this subject with stops and stuff, is I see a lot of people trying to use Brokerage Plus with automated strategies that are done with a lot of scalping or almost what we call HFT or high frequency trading. Brokerage Plus isn't made for it. If that's what you're trying to do with it, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely that you're going to get a strategy that's going to work well with it. One, most of the times people trying to do this are doing it with really fast, low price stocks. So, for example, if you're using a 3% stop, a 4% stop, something like that, and you're trying to trade something that's $5, your stop is going to be about 1 cent. That makes no sense in any sort of trading world for most people whatsoever. So, trying to trade with a excuse me, a 1 cent stop, it's just not going to work out for you. That's how it goes. So it just, that's not what it was built for. And if that's the type of trading that you're trying to do, Brokerage Plus is not going to be where you're going to want to automate it anyways. So that's how that works on that. The other thing that I throw out there is I know also times where people have been back testing a strategy and it looks like it's working in the back tester great, and they go to put it into Brokerage Plus Live, and then all of a sudden it's falling apart in Brokerage Plus Live or even the simulator. And this goes back to, most of the time, it's a scalping situation where our back tester, it doesn't back test on a tick by tick. It actually uses 1 minute candles. So it's possible that the candle opened and closed where you weren't getting stopped out, but somewhere inside that candle was a tick that would have taken you out of that stock or out of that position that isn't going to be calculated for properly in the back tester, going back to it's just not built for high frequency trading, and there is not currently a workaround for it. It's not that it's something we haven't thought of or considered, but it's just not it is not in the cards currently for what we are capable of doing. So I'll stop again if I'm not making sense with anything. You want me to circle back on anything? Otherwise, I have some other thoughts and ideas that I like to share here for people that are really interested in automation and a way that you can use your eyes and automation at the same time. Going kind of towards Steve's man and machine theme that he does on his Tuesday Trade of the Week webinars. So give it a second here, let everybody catch up, see what you think. Questions, comments, concerns. All right. Well, no questions or anything like that. So I'm going to move forward and I'm going to show how my automated strategy is actually going to be working. So can you use the tune? No, you can't use any moving average. No moving average is a stop. Can't be calculated by your broker. It doesn't matter if it's a 200 day, if it's a 50 day, simple moving average, which is the only filter we have. We are working on EMAs, exponential moving averages, as a filter, but just the technology isn't all the way there for us right now. So, nope, it moves. Anything that's a moving calculation. The only moving calculation that you can use as a stop is a trailing stop. That's it. No other options. No VWAP, no RSIs, none of that. That stuff moves. Your broker can't calculate that as a stop. That's why. And the only other workaround for it would be for us to hold the stop, which we're not going to do, because then that puts us liable for your trades for your positions, and we're not a brokerage, so we cannot be liable for your money in that manner. All we do is send the order. So, if just think of it this way, if it's something that is constantly moving on a chart, it cannot be used as a stop via Brokerage Plus. You can do it manually. Same thing as a target. Uh, broker can't broker can't take the order. We can't send it. That's how it works. It has to be static. That's the only way it works. So now, if you can create some kind of formula or something that works as a static, there are customs that can be made using our filters and data points for that. I myself am not overly familiar on doing customers, something that I will be adding to my arsenal of knowledge at some point in the near future, but I've been doing a lot of work in the back testing. I'm actually I only share this because I know Brad and them have been sharing it on Wednesdays, but I'm connected to TD Ameritrade via Brokerage Plus right now. I'm one of your holdups right now. So anybody that's angry, don't be angry with me. There are bugs in this. Shows doubles positions, orders don't update properly. I've gotten some odd fills on it, and there's just no way we can release that with live money to the public. So I'm one of the people I'm actually the one that's been testing TD Ameritrade. I am your holdup, basically. At this time, VWAP 3, for example, static. It's still calculating. VWAP 3 is an anchored VWAP essentially, so it's anchored from, I believe 3 is 3 days ago, so it's still constantly calculating, and that's how that goes. So I'm going to move on to how my automated strategy is going to work essentially. So in my automation list here, I'm going to pop it out, go to alert window, populate it on another screen. I'm going to bring it over for you guys to see. And what I have done here is the alert itself is actually pretty simple. If we go to the configure, it's a new high on the day. It has to have averaged 300,000 shares a day for the last 5 days. Today it's got to have at least 75,000 in it. Has to be a 75% above the low of yesterday's range, and I won't start till 15 minutes after the open. Now you'd say to yourself, well, that should be throwing a million stocks out there. It should. However, I have pointed it at my liked list only. So what I do at night is I have an evening scan that I go through, and I put them on my liked list. And that's all that you're going to be seeing basically. So those are the only stocks. Now I keep my like symbol here in a top list as well, so that I can see everything that it's doing for the day, period. I normally do like to try to keep this at 75 symbols or lower. However, I've kind of altered it a little bit for the moment, and right now I'm allowing up to 200 symbols on the max record count. I do believe I'm only at somewhere around 120 symbols on the list right now. That can always be checked here in Tools, Symbols List. We look at the My Liked, and I'm at 124 symbols on that right now. This week, because I like to use weekly candles more for pulling symbols on and off, I'll probably bring that down quite a bit. But that's why I put these other filters in place on this, so that something that's on my liked list but hasn't been trading a lot, or maybe it's fallen out of favor, so that it's really spiked, I don't want to chase, or that is fallen out of favor, that is outside of the range that I want to trade. That's why that 5-day range comes in there for volume and the position range as far as yesterday goes. And so that's how I'm using those filters to dictate what this list is doing more or less in the alert itself. And so I at night let my eye do the work looking at these charts, and what makes it, if you're wondering what I like to see in charts, what I like to see is actually kind of what you see in this chart right here on the daily. Got this beautiful loop right here. Unfortunately, had a false breakout here, it looks like, and we got crushed. I'm going to guess that's some kind of news that crushed that like that there. So, but that is more or less the patterns that I'm looking for, horseshoe up and things like that. So that's what my evening scan looks for. That's what I do at night, especially on the weekends. And that is how I'm using that list. And this way, I'm not trying to make some sort of alert that has 1,000 different filters in it, and I'm constantly back in the optimizer, changing it because the market's changing, and it worked this way great one week, and it doesn't work this week that way, because you can end up in a rabbit hole for the rest of your life in the back tester. So I'll just give you one example here. We look at this as a swing scan that I have been working on since October. It's a good number of filters that are in that scan. And the more I optimized it, the more I was optimizing it. It just never stopped. This does backtest okay, but it's not something I'd bring live for sure. And I kind of put it on the back burner because I was working on this instead. So it's a good way that you can use your trained eye with charts and patterns that you like, put them in a narrow list, and point those lists at a scan, whether it be if you're going for automation or even in a top list. So the same concept applies. I'm using it for my sectors list over here. This list is a top list that's just looking at different ETFs that are sectors, and the same idea. If I go to configure of this list and I go into symbols list, that's all it's looking at. I don't know why SPAC is, there we go. Sector analysis, that's it. That's all it's looking at, not another thing there. So that's how you can use the symbols list to tone down the data when you might have an alert that you're saying it's just giving me too much, but I like some of what it's giving. So David, quick question, Brokerage Plus. So essentially you're looking at like a journal feature, David, is that what you're asking for? For tracking what you traded in the paper, your in, your out, your timing, and all that stuff like that. Just make sure I understand your question correct here. So it's funny that you mentioned that. We are near release, I do believe, of this feature right here, the calendar. And the calendar, let me expand this. You can see is telling me what the SPY did that day, my positions, things of this nature, trades, all that. And the next feature, so well, you have the back tester, so that comes in right here. You can back test a strategy. That's, the optimizer. You can do all this here. And if we run it just for fun, let's run it. That'll give us a calendar actually in this feature here. On the web version, your averages are disappearing. So while that optimizer finishes running, I'm going to take it to another screen. So optimizer calendar is going to be one way. When it gets there, I'll show you. This calendar is also in the optimizer. Now this is going to be released to you guys fairly soon, I believe. When I double click right here, I'm going to get this screen loaded over here, and this is now tracking everything that my scan did on 1/14/2021. Yeah, it's only in the devs right now. We're almost there. We're almost there. So we can see here, traded cron, 98 shares. That was its total profit. All these things that are in here. And I can basically go through and it gives me my fill times, all this stuff like that. There'll be more and more coming. This is what it's going to look like when it first gets released to you guys here. That same calendar feature already exists for you all here, but it doesn't exist in the exact same way. But here you can see the calendar feature. I just ran the back tester. This is that swing scan that just actually tested really impressively right there. Of course, we're in a almost straight up market, so it doesn't hurt. But here you can see if you click on any day, so Thursday 7th, if I click it, here it's going to give me the same kind of concept that this window is giving me from my backtest to Brokerage Plus live versus this here. When I say live, not live money, live simulator. And that's the same kind of concept that you have here. So you have all these functions here that can help you, David, try to track. This is what you have for right now on the odds maker for this moment. The calendar, I want to tell you next week, but I'm not going to because they'll shoot me if I do. A couple other questions here. And then, yeah, David, here, this gives you what my profit factor is. Now, this equity curve is not something that is the holy grail of looking at in a back tester. You want to look at this right here, the daily. See how I got beautiful green bars all the way through? Nice big ones all the way through, all these tiny red ones. That's what you want to see in a back tester. That is your jam right there. And if you really want to get down the back testing hole, go to Michael Noss's channel, Bon Para. Look him up on YouTube, subscribe to his channel, start going through his video. You're not going to find anybody better than that. Let me catch up on a few other questions. So the web version for your moving averages, I'm not sure. I don't use the web version. I'm actually just starting to do an in-house tutorial with some of the other people that work in different departments with Trade Ideas and educating them on the software. And I'm actually going to be using the web version for that because they all have Macs. I would just double check to make sure that the indicators are still selected when you're changing those charts. The other thing that you can do is a right click, and I'm not sure if you can do this, but make sure you're saving the charts as a default chart with those moving averages. That might help you there, but I don't know if the web version does that. I can't currently log into the web version as such right now, I'm sorry to say. Okay, catching back up. So there's no way, Nick, there's no way to avoid the spreads on the AI. She's going to have the spread she's going to have, especially on Holly Neo trades, because Holly Neo's looking at things with high relative volume. Just kind of seems to work out that high relative volume in general equals more of a spread because you have people bidding up and down the ladder much higher to try to get fills and sells, playing that spread, if you will. So, the avoidance of it is what are you willing to risk going in? What are you going to set that limit offset or your delta offset at? What are how far are you going to go down that rabbit hole essentially on what you're looking to do? That's the only way, unfortunately, Nick, to get that. Cool, didn't know. Sorry, who on YouTube? Bonpara, Michael Noss. Let me see if I can find copy link address. This right here. Subscribe to that channel. Give Michael Noss a plug because he deserves it. That's if you really want to get into backtesting, you really want to get into automation, that's where you need to go. How do we adjust the spread? On the strategy, how do you adjust the spread? So it's back in that. Close all this stuff up here. Let me bring this back down. If we come back to the strategies tab, so we're adjusting the spread that we're allowing. So it's a right click of the strategy, edit strategy. In your order details, limit, so you want a limit, and then here on the limit offset, you see I have a -2. That means if the spread's greater than 2 cents, I'm not going to be going outside that 2 cents. That's it. And you use a negative number, and that's how you do that. That's where you're going to make that adjustment. So if I wanted 5 cents, it would be -5. If I want 10 cents, -10. Want 20 cents, so on and so forth, -20 cents. And that's where you'll allow it. So if you have a spread of 20 cents, you're going to get filled somewhere in the middle of that 20 cents. It might be at the top, it might be at the bottom. So that's where your risk is going. Now look, if you're doing this and you have a strategy that has, let's say a $4 profit target, and it seems to be like it's a strategy that's going to work, maybe 20 cents on a spread isn't a big deal to you on a $4 risk. That's up to you, your strategy, your risk to perform. I personally, I don't trade fast stuff. I was a day trader. I was, let's say, very mediocre at day trading, and it was a lot of frustration for me, and that's why I kind of made the switch to swing scalping, if you will. So it's not that if I enter something and it makes a big run on the day, I'm certainly taking something off the table. I'm not going to hand it back, but I like to hold on pieces of trades, if you will, for as long as I can. And I'll give you a prime example of why I do that. VNE right here. I bought this last Friday near the close. It was everything that I liked in a chart, basically. You had let's see here. Sorry, I'm trying to get a drawing tool for you guys here. So look, everything I like in a chart. You got killed here when everybody got killed. You built a nice base all through here, and a higher low, and a higher low, and a higher low. And so I also said other things. This is some kind of Swedish manufacturing bike company. Everybody's doing stuff outdoors. Outdoor things seem to be flying these days. That's kind of how the COVID trades are working. So I mean, look at everything about this chart is everything that I like. All this horseshoe up, if you will, or if you read William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks, this is exactly what he talks about, the kind of patterns that he loves. And you could go back 120 years and these patterns are working for. So I bought here on the close Friday, and I've been able to enjoy all of this with a small position still. And right now, I have just a few shares, and those few shares are still up a few $100s at this point, you know. And I took out risk all the way going up that whole way, where I just kept shedding a little bit, shedding a little bit, shedding a little bit. And I never risked more than $100, and here I am today, holding tight, and absolutely no reason. We had a gap down today, and that's still holding strong. So that's the reason why I'm doing what I'm personally doing. Yeah, I mean, it was a good call in hindsight. I can show you stuff that hasn't worked out for me too. Here, let's take a look here. I'm still holding because it hasn't broken anything that I don't want. I think this is what I want. No, not what I want. Let me look. Da, 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 da. There we go. So, same kind of concept here. Bring back my drawing tool, and I've been we can call it bag holding. I'm not exactly underwater on it, but you know, we built some bases that I liked. Everything was working that I like here. But I bought back in here somewhere, so I'm down a few pennies a share right now, and I've been holding it for a few days. My stop is somewhere down in here, actually, kind of actually near the swing stop. Just a happy accident, I guess. I didn't base it on that whatsoever. But you know, there's one that didn't work. But you know, we'll see. It hasn't done anything to make me want to get out of it. I would love to see the volume come back that we had back in here, but it's not there, and I'm certainly not exiting it because I'm bored. I'm letting my plan play out. So that's that on that. We're giving an example of a winner, and for now a loser anyways. So just, you know, for anybody that's struggling, maybe thinks that you know, I gotta make, if you're sitting there saying to yourself, I gotta make money day trading now to pay my bills, you're putting yourself behind a terrible eight ball. I was there. You know, just a quick synopsis of my story is I'm a single dad who'd been working two jobs, one trying to trade and the other at a restaurant my entire life. And I put myself behind the eight ball thinking I was just going to step into trading and start trading. And I, like anybody else, think highly of my intelligence. I've taught myself to speak fluent Spanish in multiple dialects from multiple countries, all on my own, no college or anything like that, just a little high school. I thought, oh, how hard can trading be? And I found out how hard trading was. So I made a big transfer to, or a decision to move to swing trading, and since I had made that decision, I have not regretted it. So I guess part of the question I tell people is, or what I ask myself is, it's not what kind of trader you want to be, it's what kind of trader you are. What is your personality? Because I think if anybody's been doing this long enough, whether you've been successful or not successful, trading shows who you are. It shows what you're good at, it shows what you're bad at, it shows what emotions control you and what emotions you can let slide. And that's where a lot of the journaling comes in. Hopefully that calendar will help you all as well with that. So just kind of, you know, we don't teach trading, but doesn't mean we can't talk about trading. Obviously, it doesn't have to be all software stuff. So, you know, I'm hoping this is clicking and making some kind of sense to anybody, because anybody that's there and struggling, believe me, I was there. I got my butt kicked for 2 years. 2 years on top of worrying about making rent and everything else like any other normal human being whatsoever. And I'm not out here, I don't have a six-figure account after all this or anything like that, but I can certainly tell you that my account growth has continued to move up, both money and percentage wise, since I decided that I'm not trying to pay my bills from trading. All I'm trying to do is not lose money, protect the capital that I have. Let the rest, let the plan work. The other thing that changed was I came with a plan. I came with a strategy. When I was day trading, I was like, oh, I'm going to risk $30 on this trade, and I'll risk $100 on this trade, and all those things like that. So the second that I started paying attention to people in the other side of the trading room, like Real, there's a few other people that aren't currently there anymore, unfortunately, but someone like Real kind of, you know, just listen to what he was saying about if you are risking a different amount for every trade, you're gambling. Now, I get there are people that are doing that, but, you know, these are things that clicked for me by listening to actual traders. So I feel you on the restaurant thing, Nick. I've been doing it my entire life. The only thing I've never done in a restaurant is own it, which I never would. So, Godspeed to you there. Godspeed to you. So, um, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. There's Clutch. So nothing. Losing that money. You know what I mean? And one thing I can say that I did gain on my poor day trading was I stopped being afraid of losing money. It still pissed me off to you know, no end or whatever. But I wasn't afraid. I was never been afraid to pull a trigger on a trade. The issue with me not being afraid to pull a trigger on a trade is sometimes I was going into a trade. I had no plan. I had no stop, no target, no reason that really got me into the trade other than, oh, it's a fast moving stock and it looks like it's going up. That's not a trading plan. If that's your trading plan, stop trading right this minute. um, Yep. So yeah, that's exactly it. So, more or less, and where I've kind of gone with the trading, swing scalping is, the few times that I filled in here on this Q&A session is it's William J. O'Neill, How to Make Money in Stocks book. I know it sounds like a lame name for a book to some people or a scammy kind of thing or whatever, but essentially that book, that's where it's at for me. It really cemented what I'm doing, more or less. And especially at the beginning, he goes over all these charts, starts back 100 and something years, and he goes through and shows those kinds of charts coming right up into. I think the version of the book I have is until 2008. I have to double check that, but that pattern, it just works all over the place. So I give you guys a scan here, my evening scan. Let me find it. And the idea behind it is it's looking for charts that are kind of like that, and I'll go over what those charts look like. We're going to load it. Evening scan layout. Just want the evening scan. Let me see here. Search. It's not perfect, but it works for me. Evening scan right here. So this is that scan. I do this after market close always. Do I put stops on my strategies? On the automated, I will. When I'm manual trading, Nick, I don't put a hard stop in. I'm not trading anything that's overly fast, so I'll knock on wood as I say this. I haven't woken up to anything gapping down ridiculously. I do try to be cautious about trying to trade biotech stocks and things like that, where you're more apt to have something like that, or pharmaceutical or something like that, where you're apt to wake up overnight and phase something failed your trial or its trial, and next thing you know, you're 15% down in the position. It is part of the game. It's part of the risk. It's not that I don't trade them, but I don't sleep well when I'm holding those stocks. Let me put it that way. So this is my evening scan. It is nothing fancy. In this scan, I'm looking for. I want the float is less than 250 million in the float. That's just my prefer. I'm not looking at anything over $25 a share. Position in range. The max I want is 110% because I'm trying not to find things that have made a huge run already. I like things over $4. Really, I like things over $6, but I let it go down to 4. I think stocks that trade under $10 trade very different than stocks over $10, and especially when you get under $10, a $1 stock is different than a 2, than a 3, than a 4, than a 5, and so on and so forth. It's just trader mentality. It's just stocks have personality, and stock prices have personality. That's what I've noticed over a few years. Position in range, though, I want it at least 85% above the 20-day range. On the day, I want it to have closed going towards the high of that day. So I want 75% above the low of the day's range. I want it up there. I don't want it to have been crashing the rest of the day. I want to see relative volume of at least 1, so we know it's a liquid stock. People are interested in it. And I want to see not just a relative volume of 1, but a minimum of 350,000 shares traded on that day. So that's what I'm looking for. And that more or less is giving me stocks that are, let's see if I can find anything that's at least live right now. So here, this is a great example. This will probably make the cut tonight. $6, kind of but I still pay attention. I have a feeling I actually already have this on my list. But, you got this gap down here that happened for whatever reason. But you got a base in here. Base moved up, couldn't make it all the way, but it held on that drawback down, and now it's broken out from this level here. I'm not crazy about that resistance right there, but it's going to stay on my list because if it can get above this here, may have a run up to here. All ifs and then statements, but this is what I'm looking for on this scan more or less. And then what I do is once I like something, I bring it, I click the heart, it comes to my liked symbol. And just to give you guys one more tool that I think is unbelievable about this my liked is I want to show you, where are you? Sorry, looking for a specific stock. Advent. Okay. I traded this back a month plus ago. However, I want to show you something on this here that's on the my like symbol that I don't think a lot of people realize. I like this symbol back on October 30th of 2020 at 12:39 p.m. and 36 seconds Eastern Standard Time. Let's take a look at what it was doing on that date. So we said October 30th, and on October 30th, that stock was here, somewhere around 10 bucks. That stock is now at $18. Now, I regret that I think I traded it, I bought it somewhere in here, I sold it somewhere on this pullback in here. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, and it had a whole lot more than the dollar and change that I got on it. As you can see right here, traded in my simulator today as shown by Brokerage Plus, arrows right there. But that's why I'm looking at these kinds of plays. Now, I don't remember what I took for share size, but I probably took something like 100 shares or something like that. I probably bought it somewhere around $10, and I probably had somewhere around a $9 stop. So I was risking that $100, made somewhere around $100 on it. Hindsight's 2020. I should have probably kept more of it. I was also nervous because the election was coming in right in here. Or excuse me, this was all back in here. The election was coming in right in here, and you know, who knows what was going to happen. I wasn't going to take the money and run. I was really scaling down my positions and things like that. But again, this came in because look at this. Look at that. Look at that. And then we just marched, and we've been marching ever since on that chart, you know. So it's a chase to me now, although you have a little cup and handle. That's what I'm looking for, the name cup and handle. That's what William J. O'Neill calls it, cup and handle. So look at all those cups and handles going through that whole thing, and as I like to say, that is a sexy chart to me. Cup and handle, mini cup and handle, another one here. So it's a chase to me from this level. I'd love a pullback to here and some consolidation for me to trade that one again. But that's what I'm looking for. That's what that scan looks for. Do I look at news? No, I don't look at news. My theory on news is if a stock is moving because of news, it's already passed. If I'm going to consider anything for news, is what I'm going to think of, is it sustainable news? So if something has some major news, I'm probably not going to be trading it in the first day or two, or taking a position in the first day or two if it has news, because I don't feel like getting smacked around by news personally. There's people out there that's their game. That is not my game. So, but when the volume settles, when the dust settles or whatever, if something I already liked it on the chart for whatever reason, and now that had some kind of news that was some sort of catalyst, is that news a catalyst that continues, or is it a catalyst that dies? That's more or less what I'll be looking at for news. But I'm not going to play news. It's just not my cup of tea, if you will. So I'm going to share this scan, however, with you guys. You're welcome to add it to your repertoire and use it any way, shape, matter, or form that you like. Alter it, throw it away, don't download it, whatever you like. And I've altered the scan several times over the last several months myself, just to kind of more or less refine what I like in it. So we're going to share. And in case anybody doesn't know, what I did was I went to File, Load from Cloud, and then brought this up, and I used a search function up here to look for it because I have a million scans in my cloud. Some of them need to be deleted because they're garbage now. And then I copy this URL, so copy. Okay, and we're going to paste it where you guys are going to be able to get it, and boom, there it is. That's my evening scan. Now I'm going to share one more thing with you. I have an entire layout for my evening scan. You guys are encouraged, I would say, to have different layouts for different times of the day. I do have a pre-market layout. I don't use it. I don't trade pre-market. I don't really care what's going on in the pre-market personally, other than watching the futures gapping up and down. That's has nothing to do with TI, though I watch that in Thinkorswim. But I have an evening layout. So, and this is a way that if you're saying, oh, No, I don't use anything in TOS basically, Casey. The only thing I use is the ladder for scaling in and out of trades. I use Brokerage Plus somewhat. Somewhat I use Thinkorswim for scaling in and out of trades. That's more or less what I use Thinkorswim for. I know that it has scanners, but I don't pay attention to it. So, but back to separating layouts. I think a lot of people, you run into issues with a computer. You're listening to music on your computer, you got trade ideas running, you got your brokerage running, emails running, you're taking screenshots, maybe you're taking a video, you're working on a Word doc. These things start to bog down your computer. It's a good practice to separate layouts. Maybe you say, well, I need all these windows, but I only need this one from open to close, or I only need this one from open to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or so on and so forth. You can break your layout up into different sections of layouts and load those individual layouts. So at night, I have a different set of charts, a different set of top lists. I don't have any compare count windows on my evening layout, and this way that I'm not making my machine work overtime for no reason on tons of windows that I simply don't need. Do we have an indicator or filter for the previous close? Yeah, we have the change from close filter. So anyway, so as you can see here in the anything that's marked by a TI here in the cloud, that's an actual full layout. So these are my evening scan layouts. If you happen to want to look at it, I'll share it with you. It's my layout for my purposes. You're welcome to take a look at it, but the idea of that layout is right there. Again, I'm looking at cup and handle patterns. That's what I'm looking at. Looking on it on two different time frames. I have my moving averages set for that, and it's just, there's an infinite way to use trade ideas. And, I know there are features that people want that we don't have. We're always working to try to bring them to market. However, there's a lot of workarounds, and, let's say you're budgeted and your computer's your computer and you can't really upgrade it. And, not that Trade Ideas takes much to run, but you might have to run other stuff during the day. This is a way to cut down on some of the noise on your computer, to cut down windows and cut down on some of those resources. Now, Sam M, for you're looking, I think this is the filter you're going to want. So if we right click any scan, whether it's top list or an alert, we go to configure, we come to search, look for change from close, and you have three options. You could do a percent, dollars, or bars. I did that kind of reverse, but those are your options with that. Not to be confused with gap, because people often confuse the gap and the change from close. The change from close is always calculating. The gap is static. The gap is the gap. You can't change what a stock gapped up once it's gapped up. That's the end. It is the number that it is. So about history and an alert window. When popular an alert window with history. Title often says more available. How do you add more? You can't add more history. It is what it is. I think maybe it's 1,000 symbols that can populate, or 500. I can't remember. So what you'll have to do for that, Clutch, is you have to go section by section on the alert window. So here, if we were to do that, if we go to config, right click, history, go to time frame and start coordinating it off by time frames, and then you can take a block by block section of the history that way to eliminate that more available. That's the only workaround on that, unfortunately. Servers can only load so much data, and as Michael Noss likes to say, unfortunately, our software currently, the way the servers work, because it takes so much work, is they have the memory of a goldfish. Once again, technology in the works way down the line for us to be able to backtest much further than 64 days and load much more data than what it can currently load. But these things, they are not fast and easy. I once upon a time thought so, until I started participating in some of the development stuff that goes on here and realized that, yeah, no, much more complicated than anyone realizes. So, how many strategies can you run in a time frame? At the same time, I mean, you can run as many as your machine will hold. I would advise against it in Brokerage Plus, because in a lot of the troubleshooting I'm doing with Brokerage Plus, I'm finding that people are they're trying to run 4 or 5 strategies at once, and sometimes they can interfere with each other with stop orders, fill orders, and things like that. And the orders are fighting with each other if you're running tons of strategies at once, if you will. So, that's where I would, if it's a Brokerage Plus thing that you're looking at, simulated or live, I would keep it something manageable. Manageable is kind of subjective in the sense of A, what are you comfortable managing or letting it manage it on its own? And then B, what are your strategies like? If you have a bunch of fast moving strategies that might be trading a lot of the same tickers, probably not a great idea to be running them all at the same time. A lot of room for error and all that. Data, is there a data limit? Yes, there is a data limit with Interactive Brokers. They limit the amount of data that you can pull in a day. It's called, I think, simultaneous data or something like that. And you can look at how much data you pulled in Trader Workstation. If you click on the Trader Workstation and you press Control Alt equals, it's going to give you that number. That number max is going to be 100. The second you get to 100, Brokerage Plus will no longer update because IB is cutting your data off. So some quick things about IB, because that is the only broker at the moment. I know TD and E-Trade on beyond on the horizon. They're so close. I know they're so close. But to just keep it to Interactive Brokers for the moment, you can only be loaded with Interactive Brokers in one place at a time. That is it. You cannot have the web portal open at the same time as you have Trader Workstation or anything like that. So if you, let's say you have Trader Workstation open and you go to log into the app or the web portal, it's going to kick you out of Trader Workstation essentially. It doesn't look like it did, but it's taking the data because that's the way IB rolls for whatever reason. And then the other thing is the amount of data that they limit. So if you have, let's say in Brokerage Plus, you've got 5 strategies loaded, but only technically one is enabled, but every one of them is pulling data no matter what, even if they're unenabled from Brokerage Plus. So every time a symbol fires in it, it pulls data from Interactive Brokers. And when you get to that 100 number, they cut your data off. Your two options from there are you can either pay them for more data, which I think is ridiculous, but it is what it is, or you can connect and disconnect from Interactive Brokers, and it'll drop most of the simultaneous data that you're pulling at that time. If there's positions that you're holding, it'll keep those, or if there's positions that you've already traded that day, it'll keep the data from that too. So it won't drop your number to 0, but it'll get it probably more likely than not well below that 100 number, if any of that makes sense to you. When we do get to TD Live, you won't have that issue. But that is part of the issue we're having with TD, is that their data does not go out to second party API clients, which is what we are, in a timely manner. And that is what our hang up is, because they're just not going to give it to us like that. So we have to figure out our own workaround for that. But at least TD doesn't limit the amount of data you can have, and they don't charge you for that data as well. E-Trade, another story, but I don't do E-Trade. That's going to be a Michael Noss one. And we will be doing a live troubleshoot for Brokerage Plus only. Me and Michael will be running that channel when we do go live with those two brokerages. But it won't be exclusive to those two brokerages. If anybody's sticking with IB and has them, we'll troubleshoot IB as well. And I did use IB for a period of time with Trader Workstation, so I am familiar with it. Not overly familiar as far as all the capabilities of Trader Workstation, but working Trader Workstation and linking with Brokerage Plus, I do know it well enough that I automated it and so on and so forth. So Michael and I will be doing a two-man station on that to try to help anybody that makes that move when it comes. Fingers crossed. We'll pretend next week, but I didn't say that. Is it working that way for simulation also? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean by, is it working that way for simulation also? Limiting the data? It shouldn't be limiting the data in simulation. I saw someone with a question about it the other day, that they had something going on, but I also believe they were trading like 5 strategies that was literally throwing out 10 orders at the same time. So I think that it got caught up in that is what had gone on. But I mean, unless you're running a insane amount of strategies that are pumping out an insane amount of alerts, which Brokerage Plus isn't made to do anyways, simulated you won't have any issues. You will have those issues with IB on their simulated trading, because once again, no matter what it is, they're limiting the API data that's coming out of them. So yes, Nick, I'm connected to TD right now, like I would be right here. I'm connected both simulated, Trade Idea simulated, and TD. I am connected to TD. I'm trading through TD right now. I'm beta testing it. Sam, I probably missed it. What about TOS? TOS, it just that's what I use it. I have it loaded. That's all I was mentioning. That we're getting ready to link to it. It's really TD, not TOS, that we're linking to. One of the beautiful parts that will be coming up with TD and their linkage is you do not have to have TOS loaded because TOS is a hog on machines. So if you're not trying to look at time and sales or level 2 and you're just worried about price action on the charts, you don't need to have TOS loaded. You can connect to it when that comes in the very near future here. You can connect to TD without any of their stuff. It'll do when you go to connect the first time, it's going to ask you to log into your TD web portal account once, and I believe every 3 months it'll ask you to relog into that. Other than that, it's just going to be a click connect and you are done. You are logged. That's it. That's everything. Recommended number of strategies in Brokers Plus. I think the recommended number of strategies in Brokers Plus would depend on what those strategies are. If you have something that's trading a ton really fast, I'd say 1 or 2 strategies. That's it. If we're looking at automation, if you have stuff that's trading real slow and methodical, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, 5 strategies. Once again, I would also say, what are these strategies looking at? If they're trading the same symbols, you want to be careful there because you don't want conflicting orders because the orders are going to the broker. The broker can't determine that, oh, this came from this strategy and that came from that strategy. All it knows is you sent an order saying sell this stock at this price. So strategy A says sell it at one price and strategy B says sell it at another price. Those orders are fighting with each other. TD doesn't care where it came from. As I like to tell people when they're asking all these questions about, us working with these brokers, the reason why it's so hard for us to get these brokers live is because these brokers don't care about us. They don't care about us. They don't care about you. They have no partnership with us. They're not making any money in this. It's irrelevant to them whatsoever. If Trade Ideas went away tomorrow, they wouldn't care. And if we never made an API link with them, they wouldn't care. We have to fight tooth and nail to get meetings with these people, to let them open up their data streams to us, so on and so forth. And if and when they do, they don't give us much assistance on it. We're an annoyance to them. They're worried about their customers, their strategies, their scanners, their stuff. They're not worried about us or our customers. And that's what makes it so hard for us. It's not simply, oh, well, we'll just plug into their system and take their data. There are rules, there are laws, there are regulations. You can't just open these things up to people. And that's why also when people ask us for an API, the answer is no. There is no API. You talk to the NYSE and the NASDAQ why there isn't one, and you talk to the SEC why there isn't one, and I'm sure they'll never get back to you. So that's how that works, as we are all tiny, tiny, tiny plankton in a world of whales, and they just don't care about us. So that's some backstory on more of the technical side of these kinds of things when it pertains to Brokerage Plus, the API linking, the strategy link in and out, and why it takes so long to get to us. So, for example, with TD, I'm seeing a problem with orders updating properly and position sizes updating properly with TD. When we ask to reach out to TD why their API isn't giving it to us, they say, oh, it's delayed. That's all we get for them. Why is it delayed? I don't know. That's the way it works for second-party APIs. We have to solve all these puzzles. So we're trying to make our software fit into their software with zero help from anybody but our own developers. Barry is coming back in. So unfortunately, you're about to lose me. Not sure. So yeah, Barry's coming back in. Shoot that question before it kicks me on the stream, Nick. See if I can get there. All right, he's here. You're welcome, Sam M. So, all right, I'm stopping the stream. It is all in the Barry now. Take care, guys. Thank you so much. I hope that helped everybody.
Okay, guys, I've got to do my video right now. Okay, so I'll be back at about 1:25. And if you want to follow my video, not as I'm doing it, subscriptions, click on that subscriptions tab there. My homepage right there. And then where it says the recap videos right there. Okay. And just give me a moment. I just have to put the announcement in. I'll be back, guys. I will be back. I can answer questions when I get back. If you want to stay in there, Chris, you're more than welcome to. If you want to stay, you don't have to leave. I should be back before 125, but just in case. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see what's happening. All right, so I know I keep nagging you, but watch the VBLT, all right? Watch that VBLT just in case it takes this out. There's just a ton of room looking left on it. So if it doesn't do it today, I'll probably be watching. It'll probably make my watch list for next week. It's a fairly low float, 32 million in the float. So trade now. I think there's a special deal. Go to this. Sorry, I should have answered this before. For those of you who are E-Trade, okay, I think there's a link for you. Okay, info@trade-ideas.com. Go and say, listen, I'm a E-Trade subscriber and I'd like to get trade ideas now that the strategy scanner is gone. Okay? Nope, it's not ready to integrate. I'll let you guys know. You'll be the first to know. Okay? You guys will be the first to know. Integrate, meaning the ability to use this Brokerage Plus. That's what I'm assuming you mean. Dan got a little exuberant, not this past Q&A, but the one before that. He was so sure that we'd have TDA and E-Trade available this week. So I'm just not going to try to predict when it's going to happen. When it happens, it happens. Okay. So just click on this link, info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, just click on that link and just basically start a discussion saying, hey, I'm an E-Trade customer. I used to have Strategy Scanner. What can you do for me? Okay? Something like that. Okay, you see the link right above you, info@trade-ideas.com. That's the email address to use. Okay? I want to make sure you saw that. No, it's not a website. That's not a website. You're wanting to start an email discussion with us. info@trade-ideas.com. Okay? And it's an email. And it goes into, somebody will look at it and realize that it should be going to somebody who can offer. I don't know what the deal is exactly with E-Trade customers, but somebody will get back to you, okay? So it's not a website, it's an email. info@trade-ideas.com. Just, okay? Okay, you just got the Trade Ideas software, you're on a Mac. Okay, so when you say you need, first of all, just in one moment, please. You should take a look at this. This is, this is a good starting point. The 20 lessons. Okay, the 20 short lessons, that'll get you started. All right. Now, if you're on a Mac, and we do have 3 ways you can use it. Obviously, you can use it from the our web-based version. Web-based version, it's fine. It's not as good as the app. You're on the web-based version. There is no connectivity. Okay, you have to have the app. This external linking tool only works if if you're using the app. It's not the website. It's info. Okay, I'm just going to type it. It's not a website you're going to trade now. It's an email that you're sending. Okay, here's the email address: info@trade-ideas.com. Now, if you're prepared to use, say, okay, same with you, Ija, info@trade-ideas.com. And just say, look, I'm a E-Trade user. Strategy scanner is no longer there. What can you do for me? I'm sorry, I put 2 T's there. So you should start the email just saying E-Trade user here, okay, wanting, what can you do for me? Oh, you want the website. Okay. You mean my homepage? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were, okay, that's not going to help you. The one-on-one class, it's a paid class of EJ, okay? So before you would, do something like that, because it's going to cost you $139, I'd go through the 20 lessons first. You can come into the room. I mean, a lot of this, we've got a lot of educational videos also. If you click on my homepage link, and, a lot of education is right here, including, the 20 lessons in 20 days. The daily support lessons between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. We've got the webinars that you can sign up for Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all archived. More educational videos, and we have some ebooks here. So, before I would, spend $139, I would, try all those before you spend that money. So yeah, I'm going to pop. This is for Mac users. This was a podcast that was done a while ago. 3 ways you can use it. Again, you can use the web-based version, not as robust. You can, if you're willing to use something like Parallels, an emulation program. That's what a lot of the people actually who work at Trade Ideas who have Macs. That's what they do. Or you can do something like Amazon Web Services. Okay, so there are ways. Wow, through eSignal. You know what? I even forgot that. I guess we do have an embedded program, right, within eSignal. No, you have to use it. I'm assuming you have to use it through eSignal. I mean, that's the deal we've got with them. You want our web-based version. That is like taking out a subscription, a separate subscription. I forgot we had Trade Ideas within eSignal. I don't even know what version. I guess it's okay, but All right, guys, am I all caught up with questions? If I haven't answered your question, just maybe repost it. Oh, this is interesting. I thought this was kind of dead, but look at AMC, guys. AMC just breaking out again. Had the day 3 days ago. Bit of continuation 2 days ago before it sold off. This looked kind of sketchy right there. It looked like it was going to give up three, but look at this. Now the 200-day moving average, it's 413. So I mean, it's in theory it's far enough away if you're just looking to trade into this area. I'm not saying it's going to get into this area, but it is a nice little break here. Of course, this is a movie theater chain. Oh, I have no thoughts on GME. You're on your own. It's just an absolute crazy one. I haven't traded this at all, so. My only thoughts, be careful. Okay, so that's why I got beaten up before? Okay. VBLT, okay. Thank you. So this used to be a crypto play. I don't know if it still is. It used to be a crypto play for Pixie. Low float, 6.6 million in the float. Oh, this is not an investment. Panda, everything I talk about is typically not an investment. These are ones that are moving the day of. We try to trade them the day of. I would never suggest anything as an investment. I should say anything, but these small ones, of course, are super speculative. So we're just pointing out intraday. Oh, GME. Okay, well. Look at the volume coming into Pixie, though. Back in these days, I mean, this was a crypto play. I don't know. I have no idea what they do. But this was in the crypto craze, this was a crypto play way back here. What they do now, I don't know. Doesn't say anything about crypto here, but yeah, that's too bad. When I was doing my video, I put in a price alert right here around 27.47. I indicated that this is an IPO today. I said I don't typically trade IPOs the day of, but I was looking for a break right there, and it did break, and over $1.50 or so. But I was doing my video, so I couldn't take advantage of it. And that's RLX. So that actually took out the high. There were some good ones, definitely. I mean, YI, I have to say, was very wild. YI was an AI trade in a couple of strategies. SWIR was good for me early. CLSK was good early also. Alert was here, got all the way up here, 26.14, got up to 27.66. So not bad. PSAG early was a great short. Sumo has turned out pretty well. So actually pretty good. Wow, AMC just ripping. Ripping. Yeah, so this is not the idea of the room though, trading with me. I'm not going to tell you what to buy or sell. No, we have ideas, and there are a lot of ideas in the room. But if you're thinking that I'm going to say, okay, guys, take this trade right here, that is not going to happen. A lot of times when I'm going to take a trade, I'll say things like, okay, this is what I'm looking for, guys. I'm putting a price alert in this area, and if it hits, a good chance I'm going to take the trade. I'm not going to tell you, and you should do the same thing as an example. Okay? I'm just pointing out things that I like to see. For instance, earlier I talked about the WIMI. If it took out this area right up here, that blue line was my price alert. If it had taken that out, I probably would have taken the trade. But, we talked about that. Didn't happen. So there was no problems. I mean, I don't anticipate usually. Usually I always have a price alert set, an area that I will be interested in taking the trade. And that is what I talk about. Meanwhile, SREV, look at this thing ripping. So what are you all about? What's the next high looking left? So yeah, the next high looking left is around 210. So it's going to struggle maybe to get through number one. And then 210 is the next high looking left. And is that right here? Yeah, 210. So you can see though that if it could ever take out, maybe for next week, 210, then the next high looking left is way up here at 3. So on a percentage basis, that could give us a good move. SREV. Are you kidding me? Is BlackBerry all the way up there again? Wow. Brings a tear to my eyes. Okay, just checking some of these alerts from here earlier. BHAT, see what it's doing. Not much. Lots of room though. That's how they should all work, yeah. Obviously you shorted this one. All right, ONCS. I mean, look at the weekly, very choppy on the weekly, all the way down to 574 sometime this week. $2 pop from there. It's on my watch list because of this, potential run it's got in it. But it's very, very choppy. Look at that 2-minute chart, just chopping up and down. 15 is a little smoother. It's a low float, 12 million. I feel like I should just take some shares of this and hold on, just as a good Canadian. 1455, guys, is actually the next high looking left. Well, Jivo is, you know, this got, I guess, tweeted out by the new president. I shouldn't say tweeted out. I think he mentioned it. That's all I know about it. That's all I know about it. I mean, look, it's got a ton of room, obviously. Well, let's see how many shorts. 2.15 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I am just kind of looking at a couple of my thumbnailed ones and just sort of check to see what's happening. I know William played this bounce. What a bounce. NMIH. Let's back this way out. I mean, we've got to go way back. I mean, way back in BlackBerry's history. You know, so, I mean, that's back in 2013. So there's really not that much resistance if it can get through that 1450 area at some point. You know, and this is a stock, unbelievably, that is in favor right now. Notwithstanding the fact that Real may want to short it at some point, but, you know, you're talking long term. I mean, who knows where this is going? Well, this is how far back I go. BlackBerry, I think, was $120. They were releasing earnings, and this is before I had trade ideas, of course. And, you know, I never trade earnings, never, 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 never. But I heard the earnings were going to blow out. So I took a very little portion, little piece in that 120 mark, watched earnings. I think it went down to 110, 105 or something. Got out, and that was it. That was after hours. So you have to check how long ago that would have been. I don't know, 15 years ago. I never trade earnings, but of course I heard that they were going to have blowout earnings. I heard that. Is it that long ago? Can't be. 148 and '08. Okay. I mean, I didn't have, I got trade ideas in 2010, so it was before I had trade ideas. So yeah. But again, I heard, wink, wink. I heard. I mean, I heard. They were going to blow away everything. You know, this is interesting. This Cerecor, what do they do? Okay, so it's not a low float. 70 million in the float. Taking out these levels right there. I mean, there's the next high looking left, and then boy, I mean, it's sort of interesting. It's definitely having a great day or week. So again, PJ, I don't know if we've sort of discussed that. Nobody's going to tell you what trades to take. All right, it's a matter of, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, what sort of experience you've got. Excuse me, but when we talk about ideas, then it's up to you. If it meets your trading plan, hopefully you've got one. Not just you, but anybody. Your risk level. Boy, this was an interesting one from the AI today. This is, I don't know if this is actually an IPO or they changed their name, not their name, but the symbol. I don't know. Can't quite tell. It looks too cheap to be an IPO, but what a run it's had. So, does that mean take the trade? Of course not. I'm just pointing it out. And I guess it's an all-time high. I cannot tell if it's an IPO. It may be. $5 is pretty cheap for an IPO. So it's possible that it is, or was back here. This is back in February, so it's almost a year ago. What a run it's had. Well, absolutely. Nothing, you will not see anything, that doesn't have at least like 400,000 shares here. I mean, that's just a start. Most of the things you see, they're going to have they'll be trading millions of shares. Yeah, for day trading, I mean, you need volume. You need but you need relative volume too. I mean, I could say, well, it's trading 10 million shares, all right? But what if it normally trades 10 million shares? Not that exciting. But what if it's trading 30 million shares and it normally trades 10? Then that's more interesting. So that's where our relative volume comes in. All right, guy. What time is it? 1:45. So I'll shut the room down around 3. But getting towards the end. Okay, I don't really look at short growth very much. But I mean the short float is just the percent of the float that is short. Okay, so this is one reason why. GME probably doing what it does. Again, if you're wondering, well, how can it be 138%? You have a float of 51 million. You look up naked shorting, okay? But so that's obviously an extremely high short float percent. But let's take a look at, is this still a high? Yeah, okay. Weight Watchers used to have even a higher. So there's the float, 64 million. Of that, 13% is short. So I mean that's just what it is. The short growth, remember these numbers get updated twice a month. That's typical. Okay, they get updated twice a month. So the growth. So if next what's the day now? The 22nd. So let's just say for argument's sake, on the 31st we get an update, and let's just say that grows the short float now becomes 15% instead of 13. So that means it is grown by whatever, divide 13 into 15. That would be the growth on a positive side. Or what if it decreases to 10%? So that means that the short growth decreased, and that's when you get the negative numbers. I don't pay attention really to the growth that much, but I'm certainly interested in the actual number here. And only because, if you get a stock that's in play, just a minute here, guys. Do I dare? Well, here's the on again, off again, guys. CCIV, on again, off again. On again, off again in terms of the merger. It looks, bets are being placed again that this merger is going to be on. So SQ, did that make sense? So in other words, when I look at if a stock is in play and it happens to have a high short float, these people who are short, and not in this case, there's hardly anything short. Then then we start talking a little bit about short covering and all that. If you were short a stock like GME, you're gagging. What if you were short back here because they had a pop, but it's going to drop? Look at CCIV, guys. Again, this is rumor. So this is one of those SPACs, and they're looking to Lucid Motors. Okay, that's that's the rumor that they're going to merge with, take Lucid Motors public. Well, we have a days to cover. You can try that. We also have a days to cover. Days to cover, there we go. So if you click on the help, it's going to show you exactly what that means. So just like it's saying right there, if you click on the help, days to cover, stock short interest divided by its average daily volume. So depending on that ratio, a higher number, market is more bearish. A lower number, more bullish. Okay? So obviously, if the volume really increases, well, just if you, again, read the definition, it's going to tell you exactly. So this just got halted. Did it get halted? No, it didn't get halted. CCIV did not get halted, sorry. Well, okay, here, 1016, there was an alert for YI. The entry price was 1081. It doesn't really, on a day-to-day basis, if you're looking, well, how did it do today? And if that's what's going to make up your mind whether or not you want this, that's probably the wrong way to look at it. But, 1016, the alert, 1081, here's the price now. Legend, 1136, 136, here's the price now. PSAG, that was a short, but you'd have to check. PSAG, that dropped so much before it recovered. So, these are the alerts today from the AI. The CLPT is one that I'm kind of interested in, actually. See if it bases a little bit here. 2171 was the alert. It hasn't moved that much. The alert came at 1056. 1046. So Vijay, I share a lot of scans. Okay, all the scans that you see here, I share plus a lot more. So you don't have to actually create your own if you don't want. Our channel bar has a lot of scans in here. These are all themed channels, okay? EV related, crypto, earnings, account builder. I mean, they're all themed channels, okay? Momentum. So you don't have to create anything. You don't have to know. You don't have to know anything. You can just click on these channels and you can see what you want. Plus, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I look for, yeah, that's how I use the AI. I do not take every trade. I only look at stocks generally under $20. I broke my rule just a little bit because I did take the Sierra Wireless early, in the first 15 minutes. I like the way it was trading. I like the news, the fact that it was very newsworthy. I like the fact it did this after hours, basically kind of holding in the pre-market. Went over a whole number. A lot of things came into play for me to take that trade early. I don't typically do that. So my scans are shared. If you click on the subscriptions tab and click on my home page, right there. Okay, and here are the scans. All the scans that I'm sharing. So Sanchez, there's no indicator. It's just a matter of, if you think a short squeeze is because there's a high short float percentage, okay? A high short float percentage, then it's easy enough for you to create an alert window, just, using that high short float percentage. If that's what you think, oops, there's the float. So if you think, I can't tell you what that number is going to be, but if you think that if something had a 20% short float, that's high, and then on that day, start creating some alerts or some other filters saying maybe the stock has to be up, 10% for the day, has to have a high relative volume. So we know that it's trading, a high relative volume. Here's the relative volume filter. Maybe put something like 3 or 4. So it's got high relative volume. It's up. And again, you can experiment. I'm not saying 10% is the number to use. But obviously, if a stock is having a tremendous day and you've got a high short float percent, it's possible you're getting a squeeze. Does that make sense? I don't have a scan that is designed just for that, but easy enough to create. But I would start off with the short float percent and put, try 20%. Does that make sense? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You can also try, you can try the Squeeze Me channel. There is I don't know what the float, what they use, but you can try the Squeeze Me channel. Where are you? So you can try the Squeeze Me channel. And you can take a look at the, I think there's probably an alert window and a top list window. You can take a look. You can always adjust them. I'll look at it. I just want to, I just want to make sure I've got things. Yeah, CCIV, guys, continues. Again, rumor. Rumor. Give me a moment here. I'll open that Squeeze Me channel. Wow, look at CETX. Look at CETX. Look at the volume that is coming into CETX, and what sort of room does this have? Looking left, what do we see here? Looking left, we've got $1.95, so it's right at that high, guys. If it takes that out, I mean, it's got a chance to really start filling in this void. No, trade now. No, all the scans that I'm sharing are part of the standard subscription. The only thing you need are premium service if you want the AI alerts during the day, okay? Sam, I haven't examined it that closely, to be honest, okay? I really haven't examined it that closely. And I know you asked some questions about how often is it updated. Again, typically it's not just from us. I mean, it's every 2 weeks. You know, call it the 15th and 31st. Even I know there's a website called shortsqueeze.com, something like that. They claim they get their data a couple of days before, but it's not like this data gets updated, every hour, okay? Yeah, I know. I think I saw the questions. So let's just take a look at the Squeeze Me channel. Ooh, wait a minute. Just wanted to see if I want to trade that one, but I don't think so. Where are you? Looking up, there you are. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Here's the Squeeze Me channel. Short squeeze, okay? I mean, it's named short squeeze, so let's just take a look at it. So if you thought you wanted this top list window, first of all, you can right click, take a look at what the filters are. So they've got the short float is at least 20%, okay? You want to up that, to 40% or 35% or keep it there, that's up to you. But you can just sort of check to see what the filters are using. I'd probably up that, but it's up to you. The price is at least 20 cents. I'd probably up that. The current volume is at least 1. I'd probably up that. But again, all this is up to you. But this is, so if you like that, if you looked at this and you said, you know what, I want to change the price. I want to make it, between $1 and $10. You just go ahead and do it. You can change things. Once you've done your changes, you say okay, and then you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to the cloud. Save it to the cloud. And you can take a look, the short squeeze activity. I mean, this is just what you do, okay? Configure, you can see again, what are the filters that are being used. And if you like it, you save it to the cloud. And why I'm saying save it to the cloud, because you can go through all of these channels and do exactly the same thing. I can go to now the EV channel, and if I saw something I liked, I right click, save it to the cloud. And so if you're starting out, this is a way in which you can build a layout. Because then, assuming you then have let me get rid of, meanwhile, CETX is running away without me. So then, assuming then you have a blank slate, you've just got a toolbar and nothing on here. Now you can file, load from cloud, and you can bring back. See, there's the short squeeze, load it. Now it's on my screen. And you can do that with all of the windows that you saved, bring them back, and that's how you can create your own layout. I agree, Real, but I got to answer the questions. Well, again, rumor. I mean, there it is, 1911, 20. So it's tacked on a dollar. This is all rumor. I mean, this has been maybe the on again, off again. They denied it. All right, they said we're not necessarily committing to anybody, but I think wink, wink. I believe most people knew, but hey. So the problem is that if this company if they come out, the controllers of this SPAC come out and say, we're not looking at whatever it's called, Lucid Motors, then kersplat. And probably they can't confirm either, yeah. I mean, I didn't know that specifically, but I don't know why they can't, but okay. Is that just for SPACs? ABML, okay. No, well, obviously a nice. Well, okay, this is a pink sheet stock. This is a tough one for me because, meanwhile, CCIV. So I was asked, when did you buy it? Well, first, it's a pink sheet stock, so you just got to be awfully careful. I don't. I mean, that's a tremendous run, of course. American Battery, so I guess it's an EV play. I mean, I don't know where you're in it. So it's hard for me to help you there. I mean, it's got no resistance in theory because it's an all-time high. But remember, it is a pink sheet stock. And you bought it on Monday, so that's a great buy by you. I mean, what was it on Monday? You bought it on Tuesday, you mean. Monday was a holiday, so you bought it here. So that's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So you bought it around here. I mean, that's a great buy. What can I say? But it's still moving higher. I'd be taking some out, but that's just me. But there's no resistance in terms of chart resistance. So I would be gagging a little bit when it went from 350 down to 3. So it's hard for me to offer any recommendation. Well, first of all, I would never recommend. Well, I guess this was a pretty good alert. 1911, 2068 now. And just screaming, ripping higher. You're a funny man. Ija. Well, it's funny. My sound alert on this, well, if you've got it, it's wow, 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 wow. And wow. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. All right, so JE, earlier on, it had the pop, it had the drop. I know Real was talking about it. Now it's right back up high. And let's back this weekly chart out. I don't even think I can. Well, I guess I can. What's the high right there? 642, so it's above that high. High right there, 610. High right there, 7. So it has a little bit of room to the 7 level. I mean, it's above that high on that weekly chart. At 642, again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 7. I'm just saying there is room when you look at a weekly chart. It's obviously in play, but it's been choppy. I mean, it had that pullback. Yeah, no resistance, Brian. I mean, I I would have hoped if I had been in this one and I saw this, talking about the ABMD. Oh, sorry, ABML. This would have got me. This would have got me out some. I mean, there's no question, especially if I were in at $1.38. I mean, right now, you're. I mean, listen, got to be profit taking happening at a certain point. Wow, 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 wow. CCIV. But look what happened, guys. I mean, it got down to 2076 and popped right up almost $1, just like that. All right, so this is I don't want to call it the problem. I mean, I do what I do. So I'm moderating a trading room. I'm pointing out some ideas. Unfortunately, I do a lot of other things. There are emails that I'm answering questions in the room, and that's absolutely fine. But some of you may have remembered I was talking about MTG, saying this could be a really good support area. Look what it did. Got right to that area, and I said you might want to start looking for it on a bounce. So from 1193, it bounced up to 1250. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's a 50-cent bounce if you play that sort of. You can't figure out how to remove something from my single stock window. When you say remove something, you're talking about a filter? I'm talking, Ija, I'm talking to you in our YouTube room. Ija? Okay. Okay, so just right click, configure, and columns. So if you don't want a filter that you got, just click on it, left click on it, highlight it, and then right arrow it over, and it's gone. Okay? So if you had a filter you don't want anymore, just left click on the filter so it gets highlighted. Left click on it, highlight it, and then right arrow it over to get into this column. Then it's gone. Okay? So, right click, configure, columns. Highlight it, right arrow it over. Okay? You know what? If you don't know how to do it, no, it's easy when you know how, but sometimes it's not. I wouldn't call it incredibly intuitive to do that, but. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I just can't follow them. I'm just, I just can't follow it. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking right here on my I'm looking at my trading view. Yeah, I mean, it's way above it. Way above it. So I guess I don't even see an EMA on this. You know what? Something's happened here. I don't. Oh, there it is. Maybe on my 2 minute, it's not there anymore. Let me just. No, I'm going to rectify that. Here we go. All right, so the question was, can we have one single layout for all channels in the channel bar, or they all have their own set of charts and graphs so they cannot be the same? So you're talking the charts really, right? I mean, I think most of the in the channels, most of them have a spy chart. Um, I don't know. I mean, they were developed. I guess most of them have a 15-minute chart. Is that what you mean? You want all the charts to be the same? Well, the windows can't be because each channel is maybe looking for different types of things. So the windows cannot be. That doesn't make sense. I mean, most of them will have maybe a top list and an alert window, but all the filters are completely different, going from channel to channel. I mean, that's the whole idea of the channel bar is that they're different themes. So it would make sense that not every single channel is going to have the same top list or alert windows. Does that not make sense? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. I did see that reel. I did see that. Oh yeah. Okay, so Ben, here's what you want to be able to do then. Now understand, so the question from Ben in our YouTube room is well, a channel bar from a saved layout. Now you can load you can have your layout in a channel bar. Is that what you mean? The channel bar is never, the channel bar is just accessible here. Okay? So I mean, you have a layout up and then you can click on the channel bar in here. So are you talking about you notice here I've got a couple of channels. These are my channels, pre-market and market open. Is that what you mean? So I can actually have 5 of my channels in the channel bar. These are my custom channels. Is that what you mean? Hmm. Well, again, okay, okay, these channels here, okay, these are for everybody. What I mean by that is that you might look into, enjoy the show or one of them, and you might want to make some changes to suit your style of trading. Well, it's not, the thing is though that you make the changes, and then when you come, if you went to another channel and then came back to that channel, your changes are not saved. The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you may want to have a certain price range you only want to look at, that doesn't necessarily mean that the world wants that. Okay, so that's why you cannot make changes in the channels. But like I was trying to demonstrate before, you can take a channel or a window out of a channel, modify it to your style of trading, and then save or share to the cloud, use that, and then save. Use that and then save. Now it's in the cloud. So now that window from that channel now is in the cloud, okay? You can go to various channels, do the same thing. Start extracting various windows from various channels that make sense to you. And you start putting them into the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud, load from cloud, one by one, to create your own channel, your own layout. So I'm not sure that answers your question, but you can take one of these channels and kind of make it your own. I could take these, make them my own. When I say my own, in other words, maybe I want a different price range. I want a different price range. I want a different minimum volume. I can make it my own, and then I save it. Save the window to the cloud. And then I can bring back those windows one by one and then save the layout. I've just created a layout from different windows from within these channels. Save or share to cloud. Click on entire, give it a name, and save it. Now that layout, you have created a layout by extracting different windows from the channels. No, I do not foresee combining the top list and the alert windows. I mean, the top list window is. Okay, I'll answer your question in a minute here, Fable One. The top list window. I mean, it's a completely different use from an alert window. All right, an alert window, you're creating an event. Okay, by I'm sure you know all this, but just for other people, you create the event with the filters, and then you create it, and then you have a trigger. In this case, I've got new high or new low. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's what you use an alert window for. A top list window, though, is more what I will call a ranking. What if I just wanted to see stocks, the stocks that were up the most for the day? Okay. Now, a stock that is up the most for the day doesn't mean it's at its high for the day, though. It could be dropping, but it could still, ranked with all the other stocks that are up, it could still be up the most for the day. So that's what a top list window does. Let's just take a look at one. Let me bring back another one. I want to show you this is one of the ones that I use for my pre-market work. Okay, my pre-market actives. Okay, so for instance, this is I use 4 scans for my pre-market actives. They're all available from my watch list. They're called the pre-market up, pre-market down, gap up, and gap down. Okay, so this is a top list window. So the obvious thing to do when in the pre-market, now I mean it's still running. It's 2:21, but I mean, I don't look at this after 9:30. So the obvious thing to do when I start off the day is I want to sort on the change from the close. I want to see the ones that are up the most with the filters that I have. But what if I wanted to find the ones that had the biggest short float percent? I just, so I can sort on these various columns just by doing a double left click twice. Okay, so if I wanted to find the ones that were that had the biggest high short float percent with these, I've got some filters in here. Nothing fantastic, but prices at least 50 cents, and the stock has to be up at least 3% from yesterday's close. But I can start sorting on these various columns. Okay, that's what a top list window is all about. So notice that before Riot was not at the top here, but it's at the top because it has the highest short float percent. So that's the use of a top list window. Showing different looks. Completely different from an alert window. Okay, so Fable. So then are you've already saved the layout? Have you done this before? Have you gone through this before? In other words, do you have a channel already that you created, a layout that you've created that you have now in the channel bar? Have you done that? If you haven't, that's okay. I'll show you how. I'm trying to figure out your question exactly, okay? Before I keep going, that's all. And you have the time component also, yes, Clutch Cargo. So that means it gets updated every 30 seconds. Okay, you have. Okay. Okay, so this is this is what I do. Okay, I don't know how many monitors you have, but I've got 3 monitors. Okay, 3 32-inch monitors. Here, let me just get rid of the channel bar. So, and this is for anybody who has multiple monitors. But even if you don't have a multiple monitors, the question really is, okay, when I load Trade Ideas every day, I don't want to have to worry about moving my windows exactly where I want them. I want Trade Ideas to load in exactly the same format every day. Okay, so what I want to do then is I want to put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what I'm going to call my main monitor. Then I arrange all my windows. I load my layout. I arrange all the windows the way I want them to be on my main monitor. Also, I've got some Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors. Once I do that, so I've got everything arranged exactly the way I want them to be. And then I go to Tools, Options, and Layouts. Okay, Tools, Options, Layouts, and then I check Open relative to main window, save it. Okay, once I've saved it, then when I exit Trade Ideas, don't forget to save your work. You can do it a couple of ways. I always save my layout to the cloud. Entire, can give it a name, save it. You can also save it to your computer. Save layout. Again, give it a name. You can overwrite the name you've got. When I exit Trade Ideas, I'm not going to do it because it'll ruin my connection to Interactive Brokers. It's going to ask me, save layout, yes or no. I always say yes. Tomorrow or Monday, when I load Trade Ideas, everything will be exactly where I want them to be. Okay? When you say blacked out to you, I don't know what you mean. Do you have a green ball showing that that you are connected? No, I use Interactive Brokers. So I don't understand when you mean why are stuff blacked out for you. If you have a live connection, and that'll be shown by a green ball. Did you just take out a subscription? Good, Fable. I'm glad you got it. Okay, so do you have a green ball showing that you have a live connection? If you look at the toolbar, you should see a green ball. Okay, you are not connected then. So even though you took out a connection, or something is wrong then. So what I would do is this: I can't help you. You're going to have to go to accounting. So if you go to our home page, just a minute. Hold on. So go to the home page, and when you click on the home page link, and see where it says questions and answers, click on that and just say, hey, well, you don't have to say hey, but just say, I just took out a subscription. Here is the email address that I used to take out the subscription, so they can take a look and see what's going on, okay? Okay? I don't have access to your account, so they will do that. So because obviously there's something wrong because you don't have a connection then. Ah, saving at the end, yeah. So yeah, if you make changes to your windows or do anything like I just did with the the options and saving the layout and all that sort of stuff, you create a sound alert. If you don't save your work at the end of the day, you don't save it, then Trade Ideas will not know you want it to be saved. It's really that simple. And that's a general. I mean, I understand you weren't doing that, so I'm glad that was the only reason, because that's simple, isn't it? Okay, so when you say does it get updated when connected, I'm not sure I know what you mean, updated. I mean, if you have a live account, you're talking about the prices and all that. I mean, it should update live, yes, if that's what you mean. I think it's safe to say, but next week is another week. You never know. You mean it still shows that as you're having a position? Okay, it depends what you mean by instant. I mean, I don't know if it's if it's the actual millisecond or nanosecond, or depends what you mean by instant, I guess, Tony. That might be a question for if you want to go to info at. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would assume that if you execute a trade within Brokerage Plus, you're connected live to your IB account. It should be pretty much instant. And if it isn't, then I have no. But you'll obviously know. You'll have your IB open also. I mean, I would always have my IB open just to make sure. 200. Are you in paper trading mode? Tony, I can't help you. Are you in paper trading mode? Simulation? Or you're live trading with 200 positions open? I really can't help you there. That is oh wow. I mean, then you better go to the homepage and ask. I can't. That is a lot of positions to have open. So you better go to the homepage and ask that question. I don't know how you do it. Well, I mean, GME had news, I guess, last week. I can't remember exact, or yeah, last week. I can't remember what the news was, and that just jump started it. I can't remember what it was. And then with that big short float percent, there's been a lot. Actually, I mean, until today, I mean, it was just kind of hanging in this area. Why it jumped again today, I don't know. I love this. So Citron, GameStop extends rally as Citron stops commenting after mob attacked. Oh my gosh. You have to read that. He will no longer comment on the stock after an angry mod committed multiple crimes. Yeah, I mean, this is his opinion, of course, but okay, so I don't know if I mentioned for BW, but I mean, let's see, 516. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned BW so much as something I absolutely wouldn't trade. I mean, it does have a shot, I suppose, to get up to that 660 mark, but it's pretty close, 627. What did we get the alert at? 624. It's also, I mean, again, if you look left, there's the next high. That's not that far away. If this weren't here, if all this were down here, and then you look left and you've got 920, now we've got something. Listen, I'm not saying it's not going to keep moving, but it's just not as attractive to me. SKT, let's take a look at SKT from Real. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at my 30, I'm looking at my 15. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Ranpak. It doesn't trade very much. 11 times, 1 million is 11 times normal. Look at the daily on this. Ranpak, P-A-C-K. It's an all-time high. I guess this was an IPO back. I guess it was an IPO back here. You know, it's sort of interesting, this pack. I mean, sort of. I mean, it's a bit of a spread. All-time high. Big day it's having today. Might be interesting next week. I'm going to break out of all this consolidation. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. Not the end, capital E, just the end of this trading week. So I'm just going to do a little recap of what you can do from my homepage. All right, so sign up for the trade of the week, guys. Sign up for it. I mean, this week's did not trigger, so it doesn't mean it was a bad trade. It wasn't a trade at all. This week's did not trigger. Sign up for it. I'm going to put that graphic up in just a bit. My trading room recap is here. All the scans that I'm sharing here. All the training, including the 20 lessons in 20 days, but all the training is in here. You want to take out a subscription, there's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off, the first month only, or the entire year. Okay, click on the Get Trade Ideas and choose the plan. You know, don't have to start off with an annual. You don't even have to ever go to an annual if that's what you don't want to do, no problem. Standard and premium. Remember now, the discount's only good for the first month using that discount code. And I just want to show you the graphic. Regarding the trade of the week. Give me a moment. All right. So what does that mean? What is this little blue line moving higher? What does that mean? So what we did is we said, okay, from last April, beginning, I think it was either the last week of March or the first week of April, doesn't really matter, but kind of when the pandemic struck. We said, okay, we have these trades of the week. You get them every Monday morning. It's free service just before the market opens, about half an hour to 45 minutes before. And we said, okay, what if? And in the trade of the week email that you get, it's laid out for you. You know, kind of the reason why this is the trade of the week. It gives you an entry, a suggested entry, and a stop. Okay, so if the trade of the week hit the suggested entry either on Monday or Tuesday, then if you put $10,000 into it and exited just before the market closed on Friday, and you did that with every single trade of the week, that again triggered your 10,000 by now. This is a couple of weeks old, I believe. Would have turned into about $27,000. Okay. Now, does that mean that going forward the same thing is going to happen? Of course not. But that's what that is statistically what would have happened. Okay. So again, $10,000 in, and we're using 10. I mean, if you have $5,000, obviously it would be whatever. It would be 2.5 times $5,000. So about 12,500. But bottom line is though that those were kind of the rules that we said. So it's a free service. For instance, this week's is Digital Ally, DGLY, and it did not trigger. The trigger point was $3.16. The other $3.16 or $3.19 came out on Tuesday because, of course, Monday was a holiday. It never triggered. So it's not like this is a bad trade. It just is a no trade. Okay? So that's the trade of the week, and you can sign up for it. Okay, one moment, please. Perry boy. Happy New Year to you too, Vicky. Haven't seen you for a while. Okay, guys, the next one now. Does Copeland look any good? A little bit late. It's a little bit late, but and it's super extended. But now, at least this is. I have to go back to 2017. I mean, that may not be any resistance at all. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. You too, Goldman. Boy, JE, what a monster. JE, what a monster move today for this one. Look at the volume, 7.8 million. It's on a low float. But that's a monster move for JE. Look at the room. This will be on the old watch list next week. You can just sort of see, look at this potential void fill. What's the next high looking left is 710. So I think that's the next high. And then after that, we've got 850. And up here, we've got 1320. So this will be on the watch list, guys, almost for sure, unless it collapses. It just collapses and it won't make the watch list. I like to see stocks that have closed near the highs. They don't have to be right at the highs, but So, William, do you want to know? Do you want to know? Come on, you want to know. Actually, only hundreds of thousands, okay? 648,000. Oh, Kaiser, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, well, you take care. All right, guys, I was just asked if I know any reason for MKD. Nope. There's no. I don't see any news on it, so I have no idea why it's doing what it's doing. Didn't see this one. Not sure why. Let's see. It's on a pink sheet stock, so yeah, I'm not sure why I never saw this one. I will say this: it is just at the 200-day moving average, so it may stall right there. I mean, it did pop a little bit above it, but I have no idea. Didn't see it in the pre-market. It really didn't do anything in the pre-market. Hasn't really shown up on any of my scanners. So, no idea. You're a funny man, Zach. I know why you're doing that. People might wonder. But you are a funny man. Or a funny person. I shouldn't presume to know your gender. Yeah, Brian, I've got a lot of scans. One of, I mean, you can start off with things that are, create a top list window and just look at the ones that are up the most, as an example. Put that as a column, the change from the close, and just keep it running. Make sure that in the top list window you check time frame and live always so that it's running after hours, okay? But I've got about, and you know what, I'm not sharing them because this is what I do to create my top list or my watch list for the next day, okay? So that is just going to be something that's between me and me, okay? To keep you guys keep coming back. But I mean, it's not that difficult. I mean, just look for the stocks that have moved the most during the day, either on the upside or the downside, and then just take a look to see how. Once I have that top list, and I have, there were several different top lists that I look. Then I just click on each individual symbol, and I check on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see, okay, how much room does this have to still go if it wants to keep going? So that's it's sort of in a nutshell how I create my watch list every day. But I do all that, of course, the evening before. You could even just take, on one of the scans that I'm sharing, is my evening, my pre-market. But the pre-market works, it works all day. So you could even take this one, and let it keep running. as a start. And that'll help you zero in on the stocks that are really moving, even after hours. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So again, one of the scans I have that I share right here is the pre-market actives up or down. Okay, so when you load that, so there it is. Okay, so I mean, at the end of the day, I'll see the ones that are up the most as an example. I mean, that's not the only, reason or the only scan that I use, but it's a start. So, so for instance, once the market closes, I'll keep this running. This is not one I use, but I mean, it's close. It's kind of close. I'll keep it running and then I just start clicking on alerts. The other thing I do is I want to make sure the stock is closed near the high of the day. So in this particular case, I would add a position and range filter because I don't want to have to click through 100 stocks. Okay. So I just click on them one by one. I look at it, say, okay, yeah, I think this might have some room to move. You know what I mean? So I'm going through each symbol one by one, looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, and then it's kind of a feel for what I think might or could happen the following day. But for instance, which is the one that made my FPRX, so that made the scan but it was more. I mentioned this one earlier. It made the scan because of this downtrend. It was down yesterday, and I thought, okay, boy, I mean, if it continues down, look how much room underneath. So this made the scan not because it was meant to be a possible long, but it could have been a possible short had it taken out yesterday's low. It just didn't do that. As an example. The main room, oh yeah, it was just yesterday's stock guidance. It was an internal thing that happened. Shouldn't happen again, but all right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up if there are no more questions. Been a nice week. Don't see any questions. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. So, well, thanks a lot for all the help all week. I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.